Hey Chris, just testing you can hear me.
Morning, George. I can, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to day 8 of our hearing for the Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded and the recordings will be available on the Engage Victoria website. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee appointed to consider the matter. I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch, who's sitting on my right, and Member Lachlan Wilkinson on my left, and Member Ken Joyner to my far right. Today we'll continue to hear from the proponent, including evidence on landscape and visual impacts and on bushfire. We have just received a small number of documents. We did cover those at the end of the day yesterday. I'd like to note that we have received the questions from Mr. Cumming that we're anticipating, and as discussed, I understand the proponent will organise for the experts to provide written responses to that before parties move into submissions. Thank you. So I will just now go around the room to see whether there are any preliminary matters we need to discuss, and I'll start with you, Mr. Chessel.
Yes, good morning. We feel we, like you said, have addressed the documents that were filed yesterday, so I don't need to go over those. One update we did want to provide is that the Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment Study is a document broken up into a number of parts. We've now provided the majority of those parts, but we have obtained from the Council the background report to that study, and we thought to complete the set that we'll file that document. So that one's going to come in, I imagine, during the day. The only other thing is of a preliminary nature that I had on my list was the questions of Mr. Cumming. We will prepare written responses from the witnesses and we'll look to consolidate that with the other material that Mr. Organ was going to prepare in respect of the documents that had been filed, and have the other two witnesses review that. So we'll look to file that as a consolidated package, and we'll attempt to do that as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I can see that we have a new representative for Deaker and Parks Victoria. I'll ask you to introduce yourself. Thank you. And if you could just, every time you speak, pop your microphone on, and we'll just check that the audio is working okay.
I might move a bit closer.
Yes, the mics don't move, so you'll need to move.
Good morning, Tanner Redden, lawyer at Harwood Andrews. We act on behalf of Deaker and Parks Victoria, subbing in for Mr. Tobin today.
Thank you. Welcome. Are there any preliminary matters for Deaker and Parks? No, thank you. And I'll just ask if anybody online has any questions. No, that looks good to go. So we will move straight to you, Mr. Chessel. And I'll just note, and welcome to Mr. Hark. So when it is time for evidence, we'll make sure that the microphone and cameras are on so that parties watching online can view as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The documents that I'd like the committee to have to hand are documents number 336, which are our opening submissions in respect of landscape and visual impact. Document 69, which is Mr. Hark's witness statement, and document 338, which is Mr. Hark's presentation. What I'm proposing, document 314 is the addendum statement, and it would be convenient to also have that to hand. What I'd like to do is start by walking the committee through the opening submissions that we've prepared in respect of this topic. And so if you could please have document 336 open before you.
Just bear with us for a minute. Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, my computer's going slow. I'll catch up in a moment. Nearly there. Just going to ask you to recap those document numbers, Mr. Chesil.
Yes. 336 is the opening submission.
Yep.
Document 69 is the main witness statement. The addendum statement is 314.
Yep.
And the presentation is 338.
Lovely, thank you. I'll assume other members are good to go. Thank you. Sorry for the delay there.
That's okay. So if we turn to the written submission, you'll see that this is a submission that addresses landscape and visual impact, as well as shadow flicker and blade glint, which are obviously particular types of visual impacts that arise as a consequence of these types of proposals. The evidence today and the focus of our opening presentation will be on the landscape and visual impact assessment, and we'll come back and address shadow flicker and blade glint later in the hearing. At paragraph 2, we've set out the key documents that are relevant to the topic, and of course, Appendix L is the landscape character and visual impact assessment. You'll see at subparagraph H that we've also made reference to technical note 34, and that's the technical note that contains the more detailed response to the relevant provisions of the significant landscape overlay. It's a document that we'll be addressing mainly in closing our case, but is obviously relevant to the evidence that you'll hear this morning. The other document that we've listed that's relevant for present purposes is the Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment Study. And at footnote 9, you'll see that it's a document that includes the relevant toolkit. That document has now been provided to the committee. The other document really to add to this list then will be the background report that we'll file. So the toolkit is document 342. We'll file the background report to that assessment study, and that will complete, if you like, that picture or that set of documents. The other document that's been filed in recent times that should be noted is the C52 panel report. That's document number 337, and Member Kirsch, I'm aware that you're familiar with that panel report, and I think you've had an opportunity to review it. The relevant evaluation objective is set out at paragraph 3, and that is to minimise and manage potential adverse effects on landscape and visual amenity. And of course, in respect of a project of this type, the objective cannot be to avoid adverse effects because of the nature of the infrastructure that is proposed. Instead, the relevant objective is to minimise and manage potential adverse effects having regard to, in our submission, the relevant planning scheme and directions contained therein. At paragraph 4, we've set out the key issues that are identified within the scoping requirements. And the first of those concerns the potential effects on significant landscape values and landforms in the vicinity of the project. And if we pause there, the planning scheme, of course, provides guidance as to what constitutes a significant landscape value in the context of the site and its immediate surrounds. The scoping requirement goes on to identify national parks, other reserves and areas identified for their landscape values as warranting particular attention. The second key issue concerns the potential for nearby residents and communities to be exposed to significant effects. And again, we make the observation that relative to a number of other wind farm projects, in the context of this project, the absence of a high density of privately owned land, private receptors, if you like, means that this is a project that will have a relatively low visual impact when viewed from the private realm. That's not to say there will be no impacts. Of course, there will be, and they've been properly assessed and will need to be addressed. But relative to other projects, this context, one of the benefits of the locational context is that there are relatively few residents in the vicinity of the project. The final key issue is to consider the cumulative impacts of other operating and proposed approved wind farms on landscape values of the region, and that's a matter that's been addressed in the materials. At paragraph 5, we've set out the relevant mitigation measures that concern this topic, and I'll invite Mr. Wright to address you on the day one changes that have been introduced for those mitigation measures.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. There are 7 landscape and visual directed mitigation measures. Only one of those, in LVO2, have we made some changes in response to matters that arise from particularly Mr. Hark's evidence. So I won't take you through the balance of the mitigation measures unless the committee would like me to do so now.
No, I'm happy for us
Thank you.
to. Thank you.
So you'll see on screen what is LVO2, which is directed to, if I can put it this way, it's the opt-in off-site landscape screening mitigation measure, which contemplates that landscape screening being available to non-involved, so dwellings where there isn't an agreement between the proponent and the landowner, within 10 kilometres of turbines where it's been determined or assessed that those residences would have a moderate to high or high, or moderate high to high visual effect as a consequence of the project, most relevantly visibility of turbines. Now, the 2 changes that have been made, firstly, over the page you can see there's been, if you like, going beyond the opt-in approach, is the addition of a 30-metre wide retained plantation buffer strip, which will be along Portland Nelson Road in front of the quarry location. That's to provide visual screening of the quarry from that road. This is a recommendation of Mr. Hark's. And then in respect of the residential screening opt-in program, Mr. Hark's evidence is that there should be more specific identification of the residences that should be offered that program. And so what we've done is to insert the residence numbers by reference to the 6 identified residences that Mr. Hark considers would have a moderate high or too high visual effect as a consequence of the project. So we've added in the numbers R1, R3, R4, R6, R8 and R10 as the ones that Mr. Hark considers would have that scale of effect. There are no other changes that have been made to the landscape related mitigation measures. Although I should note that there are two other mitigation measures in relation to aviation, which I'll take you to now, which have visual components that Mr. Hark has expressed a view about. First is AI03, which relates to the Met masts. And you'll later hear from Mr. Hark what he says about the adequacy of the drafting. He's content with the drafting as proposed in the day one mitigation measures. There was a view expressed in his primary statement, which was effectively revised in his addendum statement that we'll ask Mr. Hark to speak to. And then finally, it's mitigation measure AI04, which relates to, and I should say in respect of the Met masts, there's another recommendation from Mr. Hark about the bird identifiers or diverters that you have heard about in other discussions over the last day or so, and a recommendation that they be white and spaced a particular distance. So there's no drafting currently in the mitigation measures about that. That'll be picked up in the next version as required. The final mitigation there, which again we've made no change to, is AI04 about wind turbine design, which requires them to have a conspicuous size and colour. As you will hear next week from Mr. Jennings, he recommended that be deleted, but we've retained it. It's not a detriment to retain it, and you'll hear some further submissions about turbine colour, and there's a technical note that we've provided about them being white or off-white, but that's really why we've retained that mitigation measure. Thank you, Mr.
If we return to the written submission, what we've done next in paragraph 6 through 40 is address in some detail the applicable planning controls and policies. We start with the farming zone, we then move to the SLO, we talk about the assessment study and then turn to the policies. We've set that out in some detail in writing because it seems to us it's relevant not just to the evidence that you hear today, but to a number of other topics that you'll hear in the balance of our case, including Mr. Glossop's evidence tomorrow. We're very keen to ensure that we have adequate time to address the evidence throughout the course of today. We obviously have a full day today with bushfire in the afternoon. So I'm not going to take you through the entirety of this document, which is a lengthier opening than we've prepared for some of the other topics. And I did want to flag that this is a matter that we're likely to return to in closing our case. But I did want to make some opening observations for present purposes about the combination of planning controls that apply to the subject site and the application of policy in respect of this matter. And the first matter that I wanted to observe was that in this instance, only a relatively small part of the subject site is subject to the significant landscape overlay, Schedule 1. That is, only 12 of the 105 turbines would be situated within land subject to that control. And that particular control is a control that seeks to protect certain landscape values that exist in respect of the Glenelg River estuary and its surrounds. And if the committee could please turn to paragraph 12 of the written submission, you'll see that we've sought to summarise those particular values that are sought to be protected by operation of SLO1. And when one interrogates the terms of that control, in our submission, it's quite clear that the focus of the values to be protected, that is the thing that is identified as a significant landscape, is the Glenelg River estuary and surrounds, being the confluence of the river estuary, the ocean and the coastal edge. And when one looks at the relevant key elements, that is the elements to be protected by operation of that control, one sees that that is, or they are, the intersection of the sea, beaches, sand dunes and remnant vegetation, the contrast in the coastal edge between the sandy beaches and the dunes and lakes behind, and the Ramsar wetland. And so at 13 and 14, we note that the SLO1 control does not, as one would expect, ascribe any significance to the agricultural land and the plantation land within the SLO1 extent. And that, of course, includes that part of the project land that falls within the SLO. And that the 12 turbines are located at the eastern extremity of that control, that is the spatial extent of that control, and are significantly removed from what are identified as being the key identified significant landscape elements to be protected. And it's quite apparent in our submission that the land presently makes no contribution to the protected values under the SLO1. So you recall that in opening, we made the observation that a very clear, a very marked distinction that is evident when one goes out to site is the distinction between the natural environments to the north and to the south of the subject site and the exotic environments that upon which the plantations are situated. Those exotic landscape environments are environments that undergo periodic, regular, dramatic change, that is dramatic from a visual and landscape perspective. And in our submission, it's important to bear that distinction in mind when one comes to consider landscape impacts, including operation of the SLO1 and what that control seeks to protect, but also more generally when one considers landscape and visual impact pursuant to the more generic controls established by the farming zone and the policy framework. Now, what we then do at paragraph 15 of the written submission is identify those parts of the written material before you that contain a detailed, in our submission accurate, assessment of this project pursuant to SLO1, that is both the parent control and the relevant schedule. And I'm not going to take you through these documents now, but we note that Technical Note 34 is a consolidated response to those matters, a document that we rely upon. And when one comes to consider the decision guidelines in Clause 5 of the schedule, then we've identified Table 13 of the LCVIA, Section 4.7.1 of Mr Haag's witness statement, and we can come to hear the evidence in that regard this morning. And it's also a matter that Mr Glossop's addressed in his evidence. If we turn over the page, you see the other document is, of course, Technical Note 34 that I referred to earlier. The next part of the written submission concerns the Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment Study. And again, I'm happy to have that part of the submission taken as read, and we'll return to it in closing to the extent that we need to. That's a document that has proven relatively difficult to source, at least in full. We now have a full copy of that document from the Council. The first point that we wanted to make, though, for present purposes is that that is a document that is explicitly recognised under the terms of the scheme as being a background document. And as this committee no doubt well understands, by operation of, I think it was VC 199, Clause 7208 of contemporary planning schemes identifies background documents for the purposes of the scheme. And in this case, the Schedule 2 7208 includes this study. And so the character of that document in a statutory sense is made clear. 7208 says this about a background document. A background document may have informed the preparation of or an amendment to the planning scheme, provide information to explain the context within which a provision has been framed, or assist the understanding of the planning scheme. And in our submission, it's important when one comes to consider this particular study and its application and relevance to your decision-making process or assessment process, to properly bear in mind the status of that document. It provides information to explain the context within which the provisions of the scheme have been framed, and it assists in an understanding of this planning scheme. So it's relevant in those respects, but its significance should not be elevated so that it is treated as a de facto provision of the scheme, a de facto framework within which to assess the proposal. It's a matter that can be properly taken into account, but taken into account having regard to its status as a background document. Now,
sorry, Mr. Chisel, just before you go on, and you don't need to respond to this now, but perhaps I'll just make an observation. It's also called up as a decision guideline in the SLO1 schedule, and that was really the context of questions that we've asked through the RFI, for example, about how we should respond to that.
Yeah, so it's a astute observation. So we've sought to address that at paragraph 20 of the written submission, and I'll turn to that now. What we say in that regard is that the relevant decision guideline, which is whether development has regard to Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment Study, in particular the relevant character area paper, is of course a decision guideline that the relevant decision maker and you, as giving advice to the relevant decision maker, need take into account. The question is, how does one properly respond to that decision guideline in the context of the scheme unambiguously identifying the document as being a background document? And what we say in that regard is firstly that the decision guideline doesn't elevate the relevance or status of the study beyond its characterisation under the scheme. In our submission, it is relevant to consider whether and how the project has had regard to the study, but the project doesn't have to demonstrate compliance with or satisfaction of, as an example, the land management guidelines for the relevant landscape character areas identified in the study, certainly not beyond the extent that they have otherwise informed the landscape character objectives specified in the SLO1. So the study is a background document to the SLO1, it provides context and explanation for the controls that are contained within the scheme. What the decision guideline can't properly do in our submission is, in effect, defer to the character study, but broaden the scope of relevant considerations beyond those that are specified within the control that calls up consideration of the landscape study. So what we've done in our written submission is go on to identify at paragraph 24 as an example, those parts of the study that have informed the relevant provisions within the SLO1. And the study is most relevant as it concerns context, that is, as it informs an understanding of those parts of the SLO1 that have been given effect, that is, those parts of the study that have been incorporated into the scheme through formal process. What the decision guideline couldn't properly do in our submission is say, oh, well, look, here's a heap of other considerations that weren't given effect under the SLO1 control, but in effect draw them up, if you like, or elevate their status to a status that's comparable to the control. So one need read that document in the context of the framework as a whole. We note that under contemporary planning provisions, the relevant practice guide would now say that a decision guideline should not refer to a background document. And I suspect what we're seeing here in part is amendments or parts of the scheme drafted at different times. That is, the reference to the background document and as a decision guideline would predate its specification as a background document. But what a decision maker must do now is read the scheme as a whole and be disciplined in our submission as to how one utilises the study in the context of the framework that exists. So to some degree, these submissions are of a technical nature, and what we'll come to explain is that we have had regard to the relevant study, that this project does respond properly to those parts of the study that are most relevant to the decision-making context. So it's not a submission to say you should put it to one side and not look at those documents and it has no bearing whatsoever on your assessment. Instead, what we're keen to emphasise in this part of our case is that really what is called for is a disciplined approach to that document. And what's critically important is to base your assessment on the terms of the scheme, as opposed to basing your assessment on the terms of a document listed as a background document that is not part of the scheme. So in each case, we're talking first about the SLO, but in respect of the balance of the site that's not subject to the SLO and is subject to the more generic provisions under the farming zone and the relevant policies and the general decision guidelines. Again, one can have regard to the study as a background document, but one cannot properly in our submission elevate it to the status of a provision within the scheme that should dictate your decision making. Is that clear enough for present purposes?
Thank you.
The next observation I wanted to make for present purposes is that simply because the balance of the site, that is the majority of the site, is not subject to an SLO control, does not mean that landscape and visual impact is not a relevant consideration. Of course it is. We've set out in our submissions the relevant parts of the farming zone, the relevant parts of the policy framework that should inform your assessment. And again, Member Kirsch, it's interesting that some of those policy provisions characterise that landscape assessment study as a policy document. So it's another example of another part of the scheme cross-referencing the assessment, the study, which is obviously a background document specified within the scheme. Again, our submission is it is relevant to the extent that it provides some context. It's relevant to the extent that it provides some information about the nature of the landscape. And of course, we'll come to explain how we've responded to it. Indeed, in our submission, the approach that's been adopted under the study adopts a more nuanced assessment than would strictly be called for under the relevant study. But Again, really the point I'm wishing to make is that it is a background study, and care or discipline need be applied to how it's applied or taken into account. The only other matter I wanted to raise for present purposes is Amendment C52. And we've addressed that in footnote 26 at the bottom of page 9 of the written submission. Member Kirsch, I'm aware that you've reviewed the report and you understand what it says. It's a report that in part recommended the application of an SLO control to what I'll describe as the Coastal Bay strip. That is the strip that runs between SLO1 to the west and SLO2, which is the other SLO control in force in respect of Bridgewater Lakes to the east. That was a recommendation made by the panel. That recommendation hasn't been acted upon by the Planning Authority. It may be a matter for the Planning Authority to explain why. As I understand it, the amendment was broken into parts. That part, which would have introduced an SLO control over that coastal strip to the immediate south of the site, has lapsed, expired. There is accordingly no current planning scheme amendment on foot that would seek to introduce that control. And ultimately, I don't think much turns on that history. That is the procedural history that's resulted in SLO1 and no corresponding SLO to the immediate south of the site. It's perhaps of historical interest, but of course the assessment that you must undertake is to be based on the terms of the scheme as it presently stands, and that land is not presently subject to an SLO control. But again, we're not suggesting that that means that landscape impacts on that land is not relevant. It is relevant, but it can't be assessed properly on the basis that it's landscape that has been identified within the scheme as warranting a particular framework or a particular approach. So again, we can come back to that to the extent that we need to. Okay, I'm told that our reference in footnote 26 to the amendment being abandoned or having expired in 2024 should instead be a reference to 2012. So that's at the final paragraph of footnote 26. So that process seems to have played out, and a decade has now passed, or more than a decade, and the Planning Authority has not sought to introduce a control. What I'd like to do really now to conclude our opening submission is just take you to paragraph 33 on page 11. And here we set out a consolidated set of observations about the combined operation of the controls and the policies. We first say that the visual impacts of the project are clearly a relevant consideration. We next say that there's general guidance in the policy that seeks to minimise the impact of development along the coastal strip. We take no issue with that proposition. And of course, there are more specific guidance or objectives specified for that part of the site contained within the SLO. At 35, we make the following observation, which of course need be borne in mind when one considers a project of this type as it concerns landscape and visual impact. And that is that the nature of the infrastructure here, that is the turbines as tall vertical elements in a landscape, necessarily, inherently means that the turbines will have a higher degree of visibility in the landscape than other types of development, and that the visual impacts of the project need to be considered with regard to that essential characteristic, as well in our submission as the broader public benefits from the provision of renewable energy generation and the locational characteristics that make the project area particularly well suited to a wind farm. That is really to say, when one comes to assess the visual impacts of a project, one must have regard to the nature of the project and the impacts that are inherent for developments of this type. And what one sees is policies of this type, even the SLO control, aren't written with a view to specifically regulate developments of this type. They're of a more generic character. And so when the committee comes to form a view about the application of relevant decision guidelines, it must be in the context of or having regard to the nature of what is proposed. What we do at 36 is then identify matters that we say need be considered in properly assessing the impacts of the infrastructure within the landscape. It's important to identify the particular landscape areas and views that the scheme considers to be significant, to assess the capacity of those landscape and views to absorb change, to assess the impacts of those landscapes and views that would result from the introduction of the infrastructure, and to consider how those impacts can be minimised through the application of mitigation measures. And really, that's what we say the LCVIA has done. What we then do in the balance of the submission is summarise the assessments and conclusions undertaken within the LCVIA as supplemented by Mr Hark's peer review. And I'm not going to spend much time on this part of the submission. Again, I'll flag that we're likely to return to this in closing at the end of next week. I'll just identify, though, what we have done. You'll see that we first identified the initial mitigation measures that have been implemented in respect of the design. At the next page, page 13, we've identified the approach undertaken in the LCVIA to the assessment of landscape and sensitivity. On page 14, we set out then the visual impact assessment, including from the public viewpoints. And we've noted as we go through this submission, those aspects in respect of which Mr Hark agrees or takes a different view from the LCVIA. So it's a detailed record of how the assessment has evolved and been supplemented by Mr Hark's work. At the bottom of page 7, you'll see a series of conclusions in respect of the impacts on public viewpoints. And again, if the committee makes note of paragraph 56 in particular, you'll see there that we've addressed each of the key public viewing locations that in our submission are most relevant to your assessment: the estuary mouth, Nelson, the Glenelg River, Portland Nelson Road, Headitch Hill, which is described at some places as a lookout, but is really in reality a stop on the side of the road. Jones's Lookout, which we attended on our site inspection, Swan Lake, and then the Great Southwest Walk, which we heard a lot about yesterday. Before concluding with an assessment of the impact on Lake Monbiong, which of perhaps all the public locations is the location that will have the most immediate change, the most immediate impact in terms of the introduction of the turbines. We then address in the written submission the impact on residential dwellings, and it's pertinent to note here the relatively few or the relatively low number of dwellings within proximity of the proposal. And to round out the submission, we've addressed the overhead transmission line, cumulative effects, and other issues, including turbine colour at page 23, lighting, and a short section on shadow, flicker and blade glint, which we'll come back to the extent we need to in closing our case. At paragraph 78, then, we've set out what in our submission should be the key findings and recommendations of the committee, and we're happy to proceed on the basis that those matters are read. I'd invite, subject to any questions from the committee, we'd like to turn now to the evidence of Mr Hart and Mr Rival.
Thank you. Welcome again, Mr Hart.
I'll just give the committee the relevant document numbers again. It's document 69 is Mr Hark's primary statement. Document 314 is the addendum statement. The presentation is document 338. And there are various other documents which are high resolution copies of the various imagery, both in the LCVIA and Mr Hark's imagery, which I won't give you the numbers for, but we've provided them at the commencement of the written submission for convenience. And Mr. Hark, could you please commence with your full name, your position and your place of work? Address, please.
Peter Hark, Director of Peter Hark Consulting, based in Waltham Place, Richmond, Victoria.
Thank you. And are you the author of an expert witness statement which is dated the 11th of May 2025? That's your primary witness statement?
Yes, I do.
And does that document include, other than your assessment, a response to various of the requests for information from the committee that's documented in Appendix H?
Yes, it does.
Does it also include, from PDF page 65, Appendix A, a CV for you?
Yes, correct.
Before we proceed, can you please provide a brief summary of your experience, including with other wind farms, for the benefit of the committee?
Yes, I've been undertaking landscape and visual impact assessment work for just over 30 years of my 40-year career. Wind farms I've worked on more recently was the Mount Fyans wind farm. It was a panel hearing a couple of years ago. Bulgana wind farm, Mortlake South wind farm, extensions to Warborough wind farm, Bannister wind farm in New South Wales, Elliston wind farm in South Australia, and a number of others, and quite a few peer reviews of other work as well.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. Are there any corrections that you would like made to your primary witness statement?
Yes, I will, and I'll just flick through my slides here. So just about where we're almost up to. Some seconds. Yeah, so the corrections to the report are in paragraph or in section 4.3.4 Glenelg Estuary. I actually haven't finished a sentence, but that paragraph should actually finish with the however, some views to the project will be possible from locations such as the picnic area at the end of Beach Road over a distance of, and it should finish with approximately 6.4 kilometres from the closest wind turbine. In figure 29 of my expert witness statement, it should actually be clarified that the wireframe 3D model view from the main recreation area at Donovan's is both a wireframe view of the 3D model and a photo simulation. And in section 5.2.5, in relation to the impact on views from Simpson's Landing, it should state that there's the blades of 4 turbines would be visible, not 2 turbines.
Just in relation to that last dot point on that page, Mr. Hark, it's not clear to me that that dot point appears in document 338. Is that a subsequent change that you've made to that document? I may have the wrong version in front of me, but
is that the presentation?
That's the presentation.
Yes, that is an additional point.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, we will make sure that an updated version of this presentation is circulated.
Thank you.
Before we proceed, are there any other changes that you've made to the presentation, Mr. Hark?
To the presentation, might be full stops and stuff like that, but
All right.
that's about all.
Thank you.
In terms of content.
Thank you. We'll have that circulated as soon as possible, Madam Chair. All right, Mr. Hark. The next document is your addendum statement. So are you the primary author or the author of that addendum statement, which is dated the 12th of June 2025?
Yes, I am.
Are there any corrections you would like to make to that statement?
No, there aren't.
All right, thank you. And subject to the corrections we've just discussed, do you adopt those 2 statements for purposes of your evidence in chief in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. And you've, to the extent that those documents address facts, are those facts true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
And to the extent that they express opinions, are those opinions reasonably held by you?
They are.
Thank you. Now, you've clearly prepared this presentation. So what I'll ask you to do, Mr. Hark, is to perhaps go to the start of that document again and just walk the committee through the matters that you've addressed. I may interrupt as we go with some questions.
Sure.
Just before we do commence, and apologies for interrupting the proceedings, I just would like to check that the people who are intending to ask questions of cross-examination are with us. So those joining us online, which is clearly everybody, I'll just ask if you could please raise your virtual hand, and I'll just make sure that you are here for the evidence. So obviously we have questions coming from Parks Vic, and you're with us. Mr. Turner, I can see you have your hand up. Fantastic. I understand we have Mr. Liddickett. I can't see you, and also Hayne Meredith. So I'll just ask if both of those parties could please raise their hand. I can't see that happening. I'll note that then I can't see that they're present. I've just got a note from the team. They're both online and maybe having issues with raising their virtual hand. So that's fine. I'll acknowledge that they're here and they've certainly requested to ask questions. So we'll keep moving and I'll hand back to you, Mr. Huck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We touched on my qualifications experience previously, but it's closer to 40 years now rather than 35 years practicing in urban design and landscape architecture. How time flies. But my initial qualification was actually in amenity horticulture at University of Melbourne at Burnley, and then followed by a Bachelor of Landscape Architecture at RMIT. I'm a registered landscape architect, and I'm also a fellow of the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects. So with regard to my involvement in this matter, I initially undertook a peer review of the LCVIA report, which was prepared by Andy Homewood of GBD. And at that point in time, my peer review, the review role included a desktop analysis, providing an opinion on the adequacy of what was the draft report at that time, and then the final LCVIA report. Now, if I occasionally slip into using the term LVIA, please excuse me, because that's the term I would normally use, would be landscape and visual impact assessment rather than landscape character and visual impact assessment, but it's ingrained, so apologies for that.
Mr. Huck, before you move on, can I just ask, in respect of that peer review, were the recommendations you made in that peer review adequately adopted into the LCVIA, in your opinion?
Yes, they were. Anything that was actually of a substantial nature was included. I had made some comments about potential structure amendments, but they were really inconsequential. They were just, from my perspective, how I would have done it. But the content, substantive nature of the content, did not change.
Yeah, thank you. And I note that was exhibited with the EES. So
yes, that's correct.
Same document. Thank you.
So in relation to this matter, my instructions were to prepare an expert witness statement, and of course, reviewing the EES scoping requirements and the IAC terms of reference, reviewing public submissions as well as agency submissions. And as a result of some of that, there were supplementary instructions that included undertaking a sensitivity analysis of turbine heights, different turbine heights as viewed from the beach on the Grace Southwest Walk, assessment of a number of overhead power line options adjacent to Portland Nelson Road and near the intersections of Wilson Lower Road and Sandy Hill Road. Respond to RFIs from the IAC, from yourselves. Assessment of views from a number of residences not visited during the LVIA process. So that was actually to visit those locations, and we'll go through those in a bit more detail later. An assessment of views from the Glenelg River itself and from Donovan's. So with regard to site visits, I visited the site on the 24th and the 25th of March 2025, 22nd of April, same year, and 23rd of May. As I was undertaking the peer review process, I visited the site once at that point in time, and I have actually spent a fair bit of time on the site over the last few years, having probably spent 2 weeks camped at both Battersby and Pritchard's Landing. So I've been in the park, I've camped in the park, I've been on the river, I know what the landscape character is, and I appreciate that. So for assumptions, I'm assuming that the material that was contained within the LCVI report and provided to me is correct, and the key things would be wind turbine dimensions, the wind farm layout, the locations of residences, occupied residences with a reference number, as well as a list of involved and not involved landowners, as well as the location of submitters' properties where they were provided. As you'll understand, many people didn't provide their location. So I've covered corrections to my report, so I'll move on from that. So I reviewed the EES scoping requirements and the IAC terms of reference, and I believe that in my opinion, the scoping requirements are appropriate to address the impacts as well as to provide appropriate mitigation recommendations. It's my opinion that the LCVA report and the associated chapter of the EES document satisfy the EES scoping requirements, and the IAC terms of reference. Landscape and visual impacts aren't specifically mentioned, but they would fall under land use and amenity, which is obviously appropriate as one of the environmental effects to be assessed. So in reviewing the final LCVA report now in detail, I did find that there were some landowners who were incorrectly included within the assessment. So these are involved landowners, and they were residences R18, R21, R64, R81, R82, and R675. Another anomaly I picked up was that viewpoint R5, which is a non-involved landowner, had a double assessment. It was assessed from both the driveway and assessed as being a high effect, and the residence as being a low effect. Based on previous tribunal and panel recommendations, views from driveways are not considered relevant. So in that case, the high impact from the driveway shouldn't be considered in the assessment of impacts on that property. R172 in the LCVA is described as the Nelson National Parks office and general working area, and would be of a high sensitivity. In my opinion, as a place of work, it should be assessed as being of a low sensitivity, because its primary purpose isn't involved in the actual attributes of the setting. Differing opinions to the LCVA report. Overall, as I found during the peer review process, I found the report is well presented, well written, well structured, and the findings sound and generally sound and supportable. Some of the differences are sort of relatively minor, but what it does actually point to the fact is that the LCVA is probably a very conservative worst case scenario approach. They've actually rated things probably on the higher side. And this often comes down to the fact that most other methodologies used by other practitioners show a drop in visual sensitivity with the distance from the location. So, for example, in the case of typical projects, things would drop from high to either moderate or low once you get beyond 10 kilometres from the site. However, this methodology retains a rating of high. There were some minor differences in the visual effect ratings for residential viewpoints, normally in the level of, for example, 1 rating or a half a rating. So, for example, it possibly should have been moderate to high rather than high, or moderate rather than being moderate to high. In my opinion, I think there was a difference in the visual effect rating for some of the lookouts, and I'll go through some of those in more detail later. So the summary of submissions. So of the 214 public submissions received, roughly 48% mentioned either visual amenity or landscape effects as being of concern. And that's typical with other wind farms where I've assessed the public submissions. The significant number of submissions expressing concerns were from the Nelson Township, from locations where views of the project would not be possible. But obviously they're people that actually are living there because they appreciate the setting. Some people were specifically concerned about the views from their residents, but most were primarily concerned with the broader effects to the natural landscape setting. There were a number of supportive submissions that recognised the fact that a pine plantation as being a highly disturbed, productive landscape was a good location to host a wind farm. So as a result of the submissions, I undertook additional analysis, and this is included within both my initial statement as well as supplementary reports, as access to the site was progressively granted. So the degree of visibility from the Great Southwest Walk and campsites, particularly those along the beach. The degree of visibility from Donovan's in South Australia. Donovan's hadn't been assessed as part of the LCVIA. Potential locations on the Glenelg River within the national park from which the project may be visible. Additional analysis of the views from a number of residences, typically within 5 kilometres. And I think what's quite an interesting one is the likely staging of logging within the national park and what the impact would be on both the landscape character of the setting as well as the views from sensitive viewpoints. Would it actually open up views to those viewpoints? So yes, what do the current SLOs tell us? The SLO one obviously is related to protection of views from the estuary. And if you look at the landscape conditions that it covers a range of different landscape types from coastal landscapes, estuary landscapes, rolling pastoral landscapes to plantation landscapes. So it certainly covers a wide area of landscape types. Although the SLO one is in place, it's my experience that typically when SLOs are actually put in place as a result of very high level assessments, things such as the landscape or the coastal spaces study, and other ones such as the DALs that have been undertaken recently. It's a fairly broad brush approach, which actually often captures more than it needs to capture. So I think the capturing of that area is probably a bit of an anomaly, but regardless, in relation to the project being located in those locations, it's coming back to what's the actual impact on the views from the estuary. But it's my, I guess, opinion that the SLO was probably never ever intended to actually deal with the matter of structures the size of the wind turbines or any wind turbines. In relation to SLO2 and SLO3, the project is visible from those areas, but obviously those SLOs actually apply to those particular areas, not the project site. So once again, just going to the location of the SLO1, so you can see that the top edge follows to some extent property boundaries, which is often the case with SLOs. And it does include a fairly large area of highly modified land. One thing that hadn't actually been assessed as part of the LCVIA was the precedence for assessment of plantation landscapes. And this work has been done by Leonard and Hammond in their publication called Landscape Character Types of Victoria. As foresters, they looked at a whole range of different landscape types throughout Victoria, but they actually looked at what the actual visual impact was of plantation landscapes. And with a plantation, the type that we have surrounding the project, they defined that as low scenic quality. So high edge contrast, few patterns evident within the area of introduced vegetation that sort of tie in with the actual natural landscape form. And one of the key things is lines visually dominant, appearing as straight, parallel, or geometric grid lines that contrast with those found in the landscape. I have a copy of that report here if the panel members would like to have a look at it. I know that the Bass Coast DAL were very interested in this project from their perspective.
So, Mr. Hark, is it your view is the same in respect of the conclusions reached by Leonard and Hammond? Do you agree with what they say about those matters?
Yes.
Could I ask a question of clarification regarding that? With the assessment that does emphasise hard edges and lines and equates that, or it's in the context of assessing low scenic character, could you just talk very briefly, it's an aside really, but I'm intrigued to understand why they come to those conclusions that equates to a low
Oh, of low,
value.
right, okay. I guess it's primarily because it's actually not a naturally appearing landscape. The natural appearing landscape has soft edges, slight variations, etc., and subtlety to it.
Yeah. So the more
whereas-
exotic landscape that we've been hearing about, they're equating with low character as well.
Yeah, so this is just the plantation landscape. So the plantation landscape is one that's actually clearly defined by very strong edges. So, for example, a transition from a cleared easement to a 30-metre high edge of monoculture, which then gets changed over time with this mosaic pattern of.
Do you think in every setting that would be considered low in terms of its visual?
Sorry.
Do you think in every setting that would be considered low in terms of its?
I think in terms of the plantation, I think primarily low for the bulk of it, just due to the monoculture.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this site specifically. I'm asking more conceptually with that study.
This study actually looks at a whole range of different landscape types throughout Victoria.
Yes.
So, for example, this is done at a slightly higher level than the actual work that Planisphere would have done for the department. They probably drilled down to a little bit more detail, but they assess the scenic character of landscapes throughout Victoria and provide benchmarks for example, the coastal landscape, what would be considered a high scenic quality landscape and what would be considered a low scenic quality landscape.
Yes, thank you. That's clear. Thank you.
And talking about the mosaic patterning of the actual, the pine plantation. So, for example, we were provided with the harvesting program, and typically the trees get harvested based on this data once they get somewhere in excess of 30 metres in height. And you can see from this that it ranges from the red colours, the warmer colours are the young plantations, and the cool colours are the mature plantations. So you can see from this that over time there's going to be this sort of mottled effect appearing, which will progressively open up views to some of the wind turbines. And in the short term, some of the more mature plantations will actually be retained, and it will actually screen the plantations. But it shows that it's a highly modified landscape, continually changing. Sorry. As mentioned in the opening comments by Senior Counsel, the project does have regard to the study, the previous character studies. It has found that there are significant landscape values that are located outside of the project area, and they do contribute to the distinctive scenic character of the area. And of note are what was in the coastal spaces study was the far west coastal units of the Glenelg River and the national parks, the Discovery Bay dunes and hinterland units, which included the coastline, the estuary and the lakes. And the LCVA did find that significant landscape impacts are identified for the southeastern part of the Discovery Bay Coastal Park and the Great Southwest Walk in that location, where the project would create or would cause an alteration to the visual characteristics of the landscape. So that's primarily the area around Lake Mumbyong and Swan Lake. However, the project would be mostly not visible from within the national parks, and there would be no visible alterations to the landscape, even in those settings. That's to the landscape. It doesn't mean that there may be locations where blade tips are seen, which is a visual impact, but there will be no landscape impacts. So with regard to the existing residences that actually are surrounding the project, so the properties are located within a farming one zone, and they appear to be a mix of both working properties and some lifestyle properties. As we find with pretty well every rural setting. The residences are located mostly in a band of fairly dense vegetation around their private open space area. And as a result, for most residential viewpoints, the views outwards are either totally screened or are heavily filtered. An example of this is residence R2, where the residents there kindly allowed us to actually access the site. And this is a typical view through the surrounding vegetation. So this view was taken from the highest exposure location in this property. It was, I was in this photo, I'm standing adjacent to their external living area, looking through a break in vegetation towards the project. So this is typically showing that in most cases, you will be seeing, if you do see anything, it may just be a limited number of wind turbines. So in this case here, the zoom in shows you that, yes, there are 3 there. And I should point out, just with regard to all the photo simulations, although in some of them the actual horizontal field of view varies, where they've been stitched together as a panorama, all individual photos are taken with a full format 35mm camera with the 50mm lens, which gives a 40-degree horizontal field of view and a 27-degree vertical field of view, and that's consistent with VCAT requirements, as well as the landscape guidelines documents.
Mr. Hark, is that the case for both the photo simulations that have accompanied your statements and the montage work that was used for the LCVAA?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just before you move on, Mr. Hark, I should note, Madam Chair, that we have in the room the large format montage imagery that was available during the site visit. There's nowhere convenient for us to have put it up, so it's just on the table over there.
Thank
if
you.
the committee would be assisted at any point by seeing those. It doesn't have residential impacts views, but it has the public views available.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so if one is to look at these images and get some sense of what's the actual scale, the correct way to view it to get a one-to-one representation is to print it at A3 height, and as long as it needs to be, but the height has to be A3, and hold it 530 millimetres roughly from your face, and that will give you a true representation of what the scale is. So, for example, some of these over here are probably a little bit shorter in height, so you probably need to hold them half that distance.
Mm-hmm.
So in relation to my differences in opinion of the assessed impacts or effects, as they were called in the LCVAA, and once again, that might be a difference in terminology that I slip into, as I generally call the final outcome an impact rather than effect. So this once again points to the I think the slightly conservative nature of the assessment, that they didn't understate impacts. So for viewpoints within proximity to the project, I've assessed 2 as being high and 1 as high in the LCVA, so that's a slight difference there. Moderate to high, I assessed 1 as being moderate to high. Oh, sorry, moderate high to high. Moderate to high, the LCVA report had 5 residences. I had 3. The moderate range is probably one of the biggest differences. The LCVA said 8, and I felt it was more like 2. Low to moderate 4, I found it was 8. Low 2, I found it 4. Negligible to low, I found that 7 were negligible as opposed to 1. And once again, yeah, negligible 23 versus 17. So as you can see, as I said before, the order of difference is generally only like half a rating. So they're all very close. So moving on to Nelson, due to the location of Nelson within a bit of a bowl landscape, The project would be mostly screened from view by surrounding topography, as well as the scattered elements of built form and vegetation throughout the landscape. And overall, the LCBIA found that the visual effect would be negligible to low from Nelson, and I support that. The project would be most visible, and this is really the only location where you do get straight views to it, would be from limited locations along Wade Street, along the eastern edge of the township. And as you can see in the photo simulation here, the impact there, or the effect, would be moderate to high. So the closest turbine to this location is 5 kilometres distant.
Just before you move on from that location, Mr. Hark, I note that in your addendum statement you address a property at number 4 Meredith Street, which was the old church property. We stood on our site visit approximate in this location. Just invite any comments you have about that particular location for that residence. And I might ask you if you're able to share your addendum statement and PDF page 8, just to make any comments you have about what's visible in that viewscape. PDF page 8, or the discussion of this property, you might want to start at PDF page 6, Mr.
So this is the property here. This property is set further back from the other residences along Wade Street, but it's slightly more elevated. Its view is slightly more truncated by that vegetation that you can see to its north east. And there's also an existing, I'll flick to it in a minute, there's an existing mobile phone tower, which is actually in the foreground of views as well. But this wasn't previously identified as a residence because apparently it was only last year that it actually was sold by the church to private owners. So that's why it wouldn't have been picked up during the study process. However, it doesn't actually change the level of impact. The impact is the same. So this is effectively a view from the property. So they've got a bit more vegetation around the property in front of the viewpoint. We haven't prepared a photo simulation for this because we felt that it was what we'd prepared previously was a probably more indicative worst case view because there'd be no vegetation in the foreground. We'd actually be screening views. So the impact for this location remains at moderate to high level.
Thank you.
Just while we're actually talking about this one too, this is it. This is the property. So no windows out that side of the house. Sorry, the church residence, but they do have. Oh, sorry, that's going back to the photo montage that I had up previously. They have a unobstructed view from their house to the Glenelg estuary, so I'd be contending that that's their primary viewpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. You were on slide 24, I
yes,
believe.
So as pointed out by the submissions, Donovan's was not assessed. However, it may well not have been assessed because it was found that there were no views possible of the project from that location. So the photo viewpoint is taken from the most elevated area on the open space area that overlooks the river at that point. So as such, it would give you the best viewpoint back towards the project. But as you can see, even from the elevated viewpoint, the tips of the wind turbines aren't visible above the canopy line. So views from the estuary. So this is actually from the at the end of Ocean Beach Road, the picnic area there, looking back. So these are the most exposed views from the estuary area itself, and As you can see there, the wind turbines are visible. The closest ones are visible, but it's generally I guess in the case of one wind turbine, it would be hub and above, and the others are more blades only. So this was assessed as having a lower level impact at that point. Views from within the national parks. Within Copperbooney National Park, there are no views from any internalised roads, etc., to the project. This photo here is from Muleside Creek picnic area, and as you can see, the vegetation is actually fairly dense, and views to the project aren't possible from that location. There may be locations though we recognise within the park, and we have assessed we've assessed the most visually exposed viewpoints from the river, and I'll touch on those in a moment. But from roads and camping areas, views would be limited to potentially the upper tips of one or two turbines. Discovery Bay Coastal Park, we've broken it into two different sections, northwest and southeast. So in the northwest section, the project runs parallel to the beach foreshore. For approximately, for that section, it's about 10 to 15 kilometres long, and the actual wind turbines are set 2.5 to 3 kilometres inland at their closest. And in this situation, they're primarily obstructed by sand dunes, which range from 10 to 20 metres in height. And in this case, the visibility of the wind turbines would be limited to either no view or the blades only. And so with regard to the LCBIA, the visual effect was assessed as being moderate from the ocean foreshore, where blades are visible above the dunes, and negligible where blocked by the dunes. And this is a visual simulation of the, this is from when you actually go to Ocean Beach Car Park and walk down to the beach, so you're south of Oxbow Lake, this is the view that you get. So what you're seeing here, and it's a bit hard to tell, the wind turbines and the blades tend to disappear into the atmospherics in a lot of cases, particularly with distant views. That see the mouse there, the cursor there, in the distance where the dunes are lower and the vegetation is more sparse, the wind turbines will be visible in the distance, but the proximate ones here will not be visible.
Madam Chair, I just note for the committee's benefit, I can't tell you precisely where the location of this one was, but you recall we went down to this section of the beach in our site visit and looked towards that view.
Yes, thank you.
So in the southeastern section, so towards Swan Lake, the dunes do reduce in height. And from some locations, the wind turbines will be viewed in their entirety. In this location, the Great Southwest Walk traverses the dunes heading inland near Lake Mombiong, and it's about a 7-kilometre section of track in this location. From the track, when you're south of Lake Mombiong, the wind turbines would be seen from the track through breaks in or above openings in vegetation. And the visual effect would be high from those proximate locations where there are open views. And this includes the lookout, parts of the track, the jetties, but it would be moderate where the views are partially screened by low dunes and vegetation in the intervening foreground. And of course, negligible where the views are blocked. So it'd be a case if you're traversing this landscape on the track, they'd be coming in out of view, but then sometimes they'd be very prominent in the view when you get to a lookout location. So again, this is a view looking east-southeast. So once again, there are two aspects of it. So looking east-southeast from that location, this is effectively where you come out from the Dune Buggy Club. So if you actually come out from Lake Monbiong, you walk across the dunes to that dune buggy area, you walk to the beach from there. If you look to the east-southeast, you're not really seeing a lot. But if you look inland from the Lake Monbiong camping area, you'll experience a high visual impact.
Mr. Hark, I might just pause you there. You've just mentioned the Dune Buggy Club. This might be a lack of knowledge on my part. I understand the Dune Buggy Club to be located at Swan Lake as opposed to Nobles Rocks, but I might be mistaken about that.
Sorry, correct. Yes, I was at that was at Nobles Rocks. Yes, yep. So that's actually further to the west.
So just to be clear, the image we're seeing on,
Sorry,
if you can go back to the previous image.
Sorry, that is Noble Rocks. You're quite right. Yes.
So not the Dune Buggy Club
Not
location.
the Dune Buggy. No,
Thank you.
Quite right. As mentioned previously, with the day one mitigation measures, there may be opportunities like this where, for example, you can. Will take time, but there are locations where you can actually establish some of the coastal tea trees, etc., where there are gaps to mitigate some of these views.
Before you move off that slide, can you please go back to Lake Monbiong? Two things I want to ask you about, Mr. Hark. What's your view about the acceptability of impacts in this location where it's been identified the impacts, both in respect of the LCVIA view and your view that the impacts would be high? What comments, if any, do you have about this landscape in particular and why you consider the impacts to be acceptable, notwithstanding the high impact?
I think with regard to acceptability of impacts, it has to come back to the broader picture of the entire visual impact assessment process. And what it comes down to is the number of viewpoints that are impacted. It's like, I guess, like any impacts, they need to be quantifiable, and you need to be able to define who is impacted and where they may be impacted. So, as mentioned in the opening comments previously, that one of the attributes of this project is that there are very limited viewpoints surrounding this, where there are high exposure views or high impact views compared to many other wind farm projects. So we have a situation here where we have limited number of residential viewpoints that experience a high impact. We've got relatively few people experiencing high impacts in dispersed landscape settings. We're recognising this is a high impact. From this location, though, we're also taking into account the fact that the wind turbines in this location are sitting within plantation, which will continue to grow. So we're looking, you can actually see on the horizon line, you've got a modified landscape, and that modified landscape will get taller, and then it will disappear and it will come back. So we're dealing with a setting which will be subject to change over time. That this is not a landscape that will actually always look like this in its current form. That it's subject to change, it will change, and those changes will be visible. So with regard to the acceptability, that's one of the factors at play, is that it's looking at the big picture of how many people, who's impacted.
And if I could just ask a follow-on question in respect of the extent of visibility of the plantation and the change you've just described, what comments do you have, if any, about the landscape scale impacts as a consequence of the clearing of plantation vegetation periodically? What comments do you have about that for this viewpoint?
Yeah, no, look, the impact of the plantation clearing is significant in terms of the character of the area, and depending on where you are, for example, at Swan Lake, you actually will see more of the plantation, and the clearing will be more obvious. So, no, the impacts of the clearing are significant. However, it's that's a low quality landscape, but it actually has an impact on the adjacent landscapes.
Thank you. I've got one further question about Lake Monbiong. If I could ask you for the moment to stop sharing your screen so I can share my screen.
You may.
And what you'll see on screen is a Google Earth image of Lake Monbiong. And if I just zoom in to the eastern extent of the lake. If you can see my cursor of identifying the location of the existing jetty. Now, you've made a recommendation in your evidence, Mr. Hark, about one option for some form of mitigation would be to propose another jetty location. Could I just ask you to describe, for the benefit of the committee, where you would say a jetty might be proposed and the reason for doing so?
Yes, ideally, if you want to actually take in the best vista of the lake and the landscape, you'd have a jetty somewhere along that eastern edge, looking along the length of the lake. So the views are along the water and framed by the vegetation on either side.
So if you follow my cursor, just moving a bit slower,
Yeah,
somewhere along this eastern edge here?
Somewhere along there. Yep, there. That's it, there.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hark.
As a result of the finding of the impact on views of the wind turbines from the Great South West Walk and the coastline, I was instructed to actually undertake, it's called a sensitivity analysis, but I'll call it comparative analysis of turbines of different heights to see what the actual impact would be in reducing the height of the wind turbines. So the three scenarios tested were 270 metres, as in the context of the project, 247, which is at a recently completed wind farm, and also then 230, which is another recently completed wind farm. So these are models that are actually currently available on the marketplace. So look at what other options are there. So these were all generated as a 3D wireframe model view. So in this case, you're only seeing landform. You're not seeing vegetation on top of that skyline. And this is a zoomed in view. So I've zoomed it in so you can see what the differences are between those different sizes. So for example, the red is the 270, the yellow is the 247, and the blue is the 230 high option. So you can see that there is a difference. If it was that you were just seeing tips of the 270 above the tops of vegetation on that dune, but reducing it to 247 or 230, you may not see those tips. So this is included within my evidence. There's the views from a number of locations.
If you're finished with that one, Mr. Huck, I'll just pause you there, Madam Chair. I just note the time. This might be a convenient time to break for our mid-morning break. There are 12 slides remaining. Largely Mr. Hark's hands. I suspect we can move more quickly, but I suspect it'll be at least another 15 minutes before we conclude.
Thank you. I will continue with the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
We had a request from one submitter to look at the impacts from the river itself and also from a location near Simpson's Landing on the land where there are views. So in this case, you can see on the bottom right-hand corner, the photo simulation location. It's like an informally used area. It's obviously trampled. People go there, but it's not a formal lookout point. But it gives an indicative view down the river of the river character and what is likely to be seen. So it's a bit hard to actually see the wind turbines in the main image up the top. So you can see there's a zoom in image down in the to the bottom of the screen that shows the effect of blades over the top of the vegetation. Now, that's been defined as a negligible visual effect. Now, it is definitely worth noting that visibility does not equate to impact or a high impact. Just because you can see something doesn't mean that you're getting a resultant high impact. It's all based on the amount of, visual prominence based on the vertical and the horizontal field of view that something occupies, as well as its contrast with the background setting, etc. So, as you can see, if you look at that top image, without being zoomed in, you can see why we've actually, or hopefully you can see why we've defined that as being a negligible visual effect.
Mr. Hart, before you move on from that, if I could take you back to that slide, please. And for the committee's benefit, there's a document number 304, which is a letter from one of the submitters, Mr. Turner. And that document includes links to a video that's been posted to YouTube of an exercise that Mr. Turner's undertaken with a height pole, as well as a link to a calculations worksheet. Mr. Hart, have you had an opportunity to look at that material that was provided by Mr. Turner at all?
Yes, I have.
All right. What I'm going to invite you to do, please, is to provide any comments that you have on the approach taken as documented in the video and the calculations worksheet that's been undertaken by Mr. Turner. Any comments you have about that approach and the implications of it in respect of the work you've undertaken and this montage on screen in particular. What I'd like you to do before answering that question, though, is to stop sharing your screen so I can share my screen. And I'm going to share an image. I've paused the YouTube video at a particular point where you can see the height pole that Mr. Turner's had put in place on the other side of the river there. It's a bit hard to see with the contrast on screen. It might be easier on individual laptops to see it more precisely, but can I just ask you to provide any comments you have about that approach that's been taken and what's shown?
I actually have it here, if you want me to share my screen again.
Certainly, thank you.
Something I prepared earlier. Okay. So this is effectively a still taken from the paused video. So what it's showing, so I'll go back a step. I think the process that was actually undertaken is entirely accurate by the submitter. It's a process that we've done in the past to verify the accuracy of photo simulations. We would either use balloons or cherry pickers to actually try and get an object in the right place to represent what the height would be of an object in the distance. So the process that's been undertaken, I think, is fair, mindful of the fact that the GPS unit that was used was non-differential, and so there could be a difference of up to 5 meters in the actual location of the actual element. So that's the horizontal location. And there also is some difference in the actual vertical elevation as well. But I understand that the submitter actually was, the reading he was getting on his GPS unit in terms of elevation of 4 metres was the same as what the digital terrain model was showing. So there was no difference there. But the location can vary significantly with a non-differential GPS. So that's the only potential anomaly. So
just to be
we see
clear
it
about
there.
that, so what we can see is a pole that intersects a cleared part of vegetation. What are you saying about the horizontal location of that pole as to, by comparison to the montage imagery?
The horizontal location of the pole and the viewer could both be out by potentially 5 to 10 metres based on a non-differential GPS. So that means they could be moving like that in relation to each other, which means that where they line up is slightly different. But the key thing is the height's about right. So I understand from the video that the marker on the top is obviously tip. The 3 markers which are visible down just about above the tree canopy is the hub height. So as you can see, that lower part of the pole that's visible is actually sitting in front of vegetation. So the wind turbines would actually be, vegetation would be sitting in front of the wind turbines. Okay, now what I've done is actually gone to the photo. If I scroll down, that's the photo simulation that was prepared.
And what does the red box signify?
What
in
the
that
red
image?
box does, the red box represents a clip or a crop which matches the image above. So if I go down, that's effectively matching the initial image, which is a clip from the video that was produced. So as you can see, sorry, going back. Okay, I'll quickly scroll from one to the other. The key thing here is to actually look where the big notch in the vegetation is, which is just to the off right center of that box. The notch in the vegetation. So that pole just happens to conveniently align with the biggest gap in the vegetation canopy. But what we find is that, and I think this could come down to the accuracy of the GPS as opposed to our 3D model, which is highly detailed, based on a highly detailed survey. So that's the gap in the vegetation. That's where the pole sits. But if we do zoom into this.
Mr. Harker, these images in your updated presentation, or are they separate?
No, they're not. So this has come subsequently, but we can provide this.
So I should be clear that first time we're seeing these imageries, but this post dates the addendum because, of course, Mr. Turner's document 3 or 4 post dates the addendum.
No, I
so
understand. Thank you.
we'll, of course, make these available and file them
Thank
after
you.
this evidence is given.
So in this little clipper, you can see where I've got my cursor. That's where the pole's sitting. And the top of the pole height is consistent, well, with effectively the tops of the turbines that we actually have sitting above the tree canopy. So what we're contending is that the evidence provided by the submitter in his video effectively proves our setup.
And I should ask, does anything that you've understood from that material provided, Mr. Turner, change any of your opinions about the visual effects on this location or from this location?
No, it's entirely consistent with our assessment, which included this visual simulation, which showed that the turbines would barely be visible.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hark. Was there anything else you wanted to say about that matter?
Yeah, look, the other one is, once again, it's a case of it's not just purely the actual that you can see them, that's the impact. It's what's the context of the setting. I'll just scroll down to, for example, the surrounding area. There are power poles along the roads, which are highly visually prominent. And even from some of the water's edge areas, there are, and this is actually just moving around to actually Simpson's Landing, which is 100 or so metres on the project side. of the viewpoint that was previously assessed. And you can see that, many of the views from the river contain more visually dominant or prominent elements of human interventions, built form, etc. Jetties, signs, light poles, houses, etc. So this is coming back to what's the visual impact when you consider the actual visual magnitude or the visual modification that already exists within a setting.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harker. If I could ask you to return to your slides, slide 35 and following. Thank you.
Mr. Turner also expressed concerns about views from the river. The visual catchment analysis, or ZVI's zone of visual intrusion analysis that was undertaken as part of the LCVIA, was actually based on a digital terrain model that didn't include vegetation. It's very rare to actually have digital terrain models which actually, over a huge area like this, they actually have vegetation in all cases. So what the ZVI was showing was that there were locations on the river that would be potentially visible, would actually view the project. But then the assessment, based on professional judgment, had also determined that based on the height of vegetation, it was very unlikely that you'd actually see anything, or if anything at all, you would only just see a little bit of the project, protruding above the tops of the trees. So it turns, and I can give you the citations for what this data are. So this was actually Victorian Catchment Management Authority LiDAR data, which was actually point cloud data. So point cloud data has captured the tops of the trees in this case. So it's actually capturing the actual height of the vegetation. So when we actually include that with the digital terrain model, which is effectively that grey molten surface, those dots of the trees you're seeing aren't someone trying to actually approximate what a gum tree looks like. They're actually all data points which have been captured by the LiDAR. And so in this case, this was the locations we chose on the river, the locations where we had a very long stretch of river aligned towards the project. And then we actually moved the viewpoint as far back as we could so that you get the most degree of overlooking of the vegetation towards the project. And so what we're seeing here in the Pritchard's Landing stretch of the river view, so this is not from Pritchard's Landing, it's from a section of the river north of Pritchard's Landing, and this location is identified within my evidence. It's showing that in this location, the trees fully screen the wind turbines. They are sitting well below the canopy of the trees. And this would be one of this and Saunders, which is the next view, are the worst the worst case locations with regard to the longer stretches directly aligned towards the project. And in this case, in the middle of the screen, you can see that there are 1, 2, 3 turbine blades projecting above the tree canopy in that location. And I should point out that the actual point cloud data is highly accurate. I think it's something like, I can provide this in detail, I think it's something like 10 centimetres vertical, 30 centimetres horizontal, something like that. So it's very accurate data. And so we're assessing the impact as we had in the LCVIA, or as had been assessed in the LCVIA, as negligible visual effect in that case. There was some difference of opinion with the LCVIA report with regard to the ratings for lookout viewpoints. So that table there shows the final column on the right in the orange is what I think the level of visual effect is. And the what column immediately to the left, that's what the LCVIA found the level of impact was. So in this case of the Green Pool Lookout, it's 20.7 kilometres away. The LCVIA found it actually had a moderate level of visual effect. I'm defining it as low to moderate, primarily because I actually believe that at distances of 20 kilometres, you're looking at a low level of viewer sensitivity. So that would drop the overall level of visual effect. Likewise with Celia Lookout as well. Jones's Lookout, I've increased the impact level there, or the effect level there, to high, and that's the image that's actually included above that table, primarily because of the actual the horizontal field of view occupied by the project. It's really quite extensive. There was no disagreement on Lake Mombiong Lookout from the jetty there. We both assessed that as high. Hettich Hill, there was a difference of view there. The location, I find that Hettich Hill Lookout is an opportunistic view. It only exists because the pine plantation located between it and the ocean hasn't grown. When that pine plantation grows, there will be no views for 30 years. Well, maybe 15 years. So, assuming the plantation at the moment is like in the order of 10 years of age, and 10 metres in height roughly, it's going to get to about 30. It'll get to the harvestable 30 metres plus in height after about 30 years. So that's a view that's going to progressively disappear. So I don't find it's high, because it's not always going to be there. It just happens to be possible that you can actually view the project from that location. In relation to the impacts to roads and tourist routes, the only road of a higher level of visual sensitivity in the area is Portland Nelson Road. The LCVI found that it was of a lower level of visual sensitivity. As a tourist route, I would be increasing that to more of a moderate level. However, though, it doesn't really change the overall impact all that much, because there are only occasional views of wind turbines, as well as the actual road adjacent power lines, etc. And as you as you see probably from some of the photo simulations, that where you actually have 30-metre high vegetation, offset from the road, the wind turbines aren't really identifiable in many locations. And with regard to the experience of the drivers, it's a dynamic and ever-changing view, which is generally going to be confined to glimpses, maybe of turbines in the distance, and occasionally adjacent where they're actually closer to the road. But overall, as the LCVI found, the overall visual effect level for the road would be low to moderate. So obviously this would be one of the higher impact locations where there's open views in the foreground, but there'll be equally other locations where you actually don't have those views. The quarry was a supplementary instruction, whereas the general location had been identified in the LCVIA. There had been subsequent plans drawn up. So this actually shows the location of the quarry and the hard stand support area. Also shows the location of the existing quarry. Identifies what the key viewpoints are on the approach from the north and the south. So effectively, on the approach from the south, there really are no views into your right beside it, and that'd be directly perpendicular to the line of travel and not in the direct line of view of a typical motorist, etc. Whereas the approach views from the north progressively open up as the vegetation gets sparser, etc. So it's in this location here that we recommend that 30-metre wide buffer of vegetation be either retained or established immediately between the road and the project, etc. So once again, very short-term amount of visual exposure as you're driving past it, and with an overall, negligible to low visual effect. The impact of the transmission line. The transmission line will be visible immediately adjacent to the road. In all instances, it's located between the heavily modified landscape of the pine plantation and changing landscape of the pine plantation and the road. It will be visually apparent. It's not going to be visible really at all from residences due to the effect of vegetation around the residence or intervening vegetation within the landscape. So the 13-kilometre section, which is going to be visible adjacent to the road, will be experienced. That'll take you'll be travelling past that for 8 minutes at 100 kilometres an hour. And in the context of the wind turbines where they are visible, these will be a relatively minor element within the landscape. The longer section of the transmission line is the 26.6k eastern section, which is going to be undergrounded, and that will be either located across pasture or down roadways through national parks, and as a result, the impacts there will be purely confined to the construction period. So effectively, as soon as you've actually got the surface reinstated, the roadway, it'll be almost immediate in the case of and you won't be able to operate, you won't be able to drive along the road anyway. And on pastures, it'll be as long as it takes to actually get a grass cover back. So the Sandy Hill Road options include 2 underground options. The routes for these are shown in my expert report. 2 options are underground, and 1 option is overhead. And that overhead option effectively runs down existing clearings through the pine plantation. So apart from the transition points where it actually leaves the road and heads into the plantation, it'll generally not be visible. Regard to cumulative impact, and cumulative impact relates to the number of turbines visible from the one location at any one time. And there is a thing called simultaneous impact, as well as sequential impact. So sequential is where you move from one point to the other, and you travel past, for example, one wind farm to the other wind farm. Simultaneous is where you're in one location, for example, a residence, and you can see both at the one time. So in the case of the project, there is no sequential impact, because from the main roads, at the high sensitivity roads, you actually don't see them both at the same time, or you don't experience them sequentially. And in the case of dwellings, there are no dwellings that actually are within what's considered to be the higher effect zone, which is 10 kilometres of multiple projects. And that's shown on this diagram here from the LCVA report, which shows that the only area of overlap of the 10-kilometre radius of both the Portland wind farm and the project is a section of the coastal park. So for walkers on the beach, yes, they will be able to actually see both at the one time, but typically you're going to be walking from one to the other, not standing there looking at both of them. So it's a case of be walking to the northwest, and you'll be looking at one, you won't be looking back at the other. Amelioration measures can be highly effective, particularly what's called off-site amelioration, which is when you actually plant at the sensitive viewpoint. So what's recommended is an opt-in program for screen planting around the residence. These have been highly effective at other projects such as Mortlake South, where I've been involved in the process there. But also I think a key consideration of the opt-in is that it's important to actually talk to people and explain the impact, because sometimes the screening of a view, which might include a couple of distant turbines, could actually result in more impact on that house in terms of their amenity than not having the planting there at all. As mentioned before, in terms of the view from Lake Monbiong, strategic screen planting around camping areas can be effective, as well as along sections of the Great Southwest Walk. Typically in this coastal environment, mitigation is going to take 5 to 7 years to get to anything like head height and start to actually mitigate impacts. But it does only need to get to head height in most locations to actually achieve a screening effect. And also, as also mentioned before, at Lake Monbiong, potentially a new jetty as part of offset works, which is aligned away from the project and actually towards the views. On-site works would be any screen planting required for substations, as well as the quarry, which could be a mixture of retained buffer planting, as well as bunding or screen planting. So with regard to the EMF and the incorporated document, so I've reviewed both those and am satisfied with mitigation measures as they relate to both off-site and on-site landscape measures. I did actually note there are a couple of other measures that could potentially have a visual impact, and they were MMBD 16, which is the recommendation to increase the visibility of power lines by hanging bird diverters on the lines to increase the visibility, and that would be along sections of the overhead power line along Portland Nelson Road. I have recommended there that whatever is chosen actually is chosen, so it's actually not like a bright fluoro colour or something which is too contrasty with the landscape, but potentially like a black and white, which, if it is backdropped by sky, may be more recessive. And with regard to the aviation measure MMA103, to actually have the meteorological monitoring masks identified with what's written there, top 1/3 of the Met mast painted in alternating contrasting bands, marker balls or flags of high visibility or sleeves on the outer guy wires. The final dot point's not really an issue to actually have contrasting colours on the attachment points because they're not really visible. But the assessment has found that the majority of the masts are well set back from Portland Nelson Road, and you just can't see them. Additionally, the masts should only be in place for a temporary period during the commissioning and testing phase, and where visible they are going to result in a long-term impact.
Mr. Hug, I've just got two questions arising from the mitigation measures. I'll ask you if you could stop sharing your screen briefly. That will be concluded with the evidence chief very soon, Madam Chair. And I'll ask you first about mitigation measure LV02, which is the landscape screening opt-in measure.
Mm-hmm.
And the first question I have, it's just occurred to me that you can see the first markup on screen relates to the 30-metre wide buffer strip for the quarry. And it just occurs to me that this mitigation measure really is directed to the off-site opt-in. And there is, in fact, a mitigation measure LV03, which is the on-site landscaping plan. Would it be preferable, in your view, for the quarry buffer to be addressed in perhaps LV03, the on-site landscaping, rather than the off-site landscaping?
I think it's because it's actually part of the project. I think probably yes.
Okay.
Be on-site rather than off-site. Yeah.
Thank you. And in respect of the way in which we've identified the 6 specific residences, you can see the second markup on screen there. Is that satisfactory in your view, or do you think
yes, it
is okay?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. And then in respect of BD16, just need to stop sharing for a moment. Bear with me. This is the improved power line visibility mitigation measure that deals with the bird diverters. Now, you'll see we have not as yet put any wording in this to address the matters that have been raised by you in your addendum statement. Can I take it that if we are to incorporate wording to the effect that the choice of diverters should have regard to visual matters, both the choice, and you've expressed a preference for white diverters of a particular size, and in terms of their location, that the location should be chosen with regard to visual impact considerations. Are those the matters that you think ought to be addressed additionally in that mitigation measure?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The final question about this is in respect of that last matter of the Met masts. You are not suggesting any changes are required to mitigation measure AI03, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Hark. Are there any concluding or final remarks you'd like to make about the assessment that you've undertaken?
No, there aren't.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, that's the conclusion of the evidence in chief. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll just hand you to Member Kirsch for a moment.
Just in relation to LV02, it's just a drafting matter. Where there's a reference to the receptors, the dwellings, there'll need to be some explanation or link to where they are defined, because they won't make any sense just having them read in isolation.
Member Kirsch, you're referring to the reference to R1, R3 and so on. Yes, we take that point. And additionally, I might add, in respect of the references to moderate, high and high, it might be necessary to draw a specific link back to the EES documentation in that regard. So we'll take that on board. Thank you.
I have just jotted down the same thing on the same page on the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Huck. We'll move into questions of cross-examination, and I'll invite Mr. Redden, who's representing Parks Victoria, to ask you questions. Mr. Redden's indicated he may have questions around 30 to 45 minutes before we move into questions of other parties. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Huck.
Good morning.
My name's Tanner Redden. I'm a solicitor at Howard Andrews. We act on behalf of DECA and Parks Victoria in this matter. The questions I'll be putting to you today are on behalf of Parks Victoria. For your benefit and the committee's benefit, not proposing to cover any additional materials other than those raised by Council, as the relevant materials we'll be covering today, other than very briefly at the start, technical Appendix A, the options assessment. Mr. Huck, technical Appendix A is the transmission line options assessment. It provides a preliminary assessment of options for the transmission line from which the option of burying the cable under Boiler Swamp Road was selected. On our reading, you've been instructed to undertake a peer review of the LCVIA, that appendix, of the selected route rather than being asked to review the initial options assessment, which included a consideration of different routes, including an above ground external option to the national park. That being the case, can you confirm that you have not reviewed technical Appendix A in any detail?
So much material. I need to have a look at it. Let me just find. Sure. I might recognise it when I see it. Technical Appendix A. Document number?
It's not a document number. It's in the exhibited EES.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Huck, to begin, I'd just like to clarify a couple of things in relation to the assessment methodology, and apologies if I'm coming at this fairly green, but as described in the relevant exhibited ES technical appendix, and that's obviously Appendix L, the LCVIA, which you've peer reviewed and has informed your own expert evidence. Can I confirm, and if this is incorrect or an oversimplification, you can elaborate briefly, that the assessment method involves undertaking the landscape character assessment, identifying valued views, and then overlaying the project to determine the visual impact?
Yeah, they're two separate things.
Mm-hmm.
Landscape impact effectively stands alone as a broader level, higher level impact on the landscape as a whole and its character and its scenic values. Visual then comes down to how do individual receptors in a particular location view a project. And in that case, you can consider the context of the landscape. So, for example, if it's a scenic view, etc., how does that impact on that scenic view and the viewpoint, what you're experiencing?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Huck. So in applying that methodology and when you're working out the values, do you take into account whether a view is from public or private land?
We do. It depends on what the actual use of that land is. So, for example, private land views are primarily, in particularly in a rural setting, are primarily restricted to the residents, primary residents, not the rural land. In the case of public land, it's primarily confined to identified viewpoints, access points, nodes, developed facilities where people are actually encouraged to go to and spend time at.
Understood. So that being said, is it your evidence that locations from a couple of the key sites that you spoke to, so the Swan Lake Campground, Lake Monbiong, are assessed, or their sensitivity is assessed with reference at all to their public and recreational nature?
Yeah. So they've been assessed as identified, developed nodes for recreation use, and therefore defined as being highly sensitive. And in the case of the coastal walk, though, even though it's actually not a developed facility, etc., we recognise that it's an accessible route, etc., and we've also identified that as being high sensitivity.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. I'd next like to go to the a few questions around the Swan Lake Campground and in-ground and inland track. Might screen share just to assist. Now, Mr. Hark, if we take a look at section 4.3.6 and in more detail 4.3.6.1.
Mr. Redden, sorry to interrupt. Could you just zoom that in a bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that all right? So, Mr. Hark, if we go to 4.3.6.1, this is of table document 69, your evidence, and PDF page 24 here. You say that the Ocean Beach foreshore, which forms part of the Great South Walk route, stretches approximately 30 kilometres from northwest to southeast, running parallel to the project site. The wind turbines are positioned between 2.5 kilometres and 3 kilometres at their closest inland from the beach, and in certain areas are visually obscured by a sequence of sand dunes ranging from 10 metres to 20 metres in height, which extend along much of the foreshore. In these locations, the extent of wind turbine visibility would mostly range from no visibility to blades only. You then go on to say that in the southeast, where the dunes begin to reduce in elevation, in the vicinity of Swan Lake, wind turbines would be seen in almost their entirety. And you conclude by saying that mitigation through the establishment of vegetation may be possible for sections of the inland track and camping sites. At section 4.3.6.5, with respect to Swan Lake, you reach the same conclusion. So, well, you do say that some wind turbines will be partially obscured by landforms and tree cover, with the upper sections being highly visible above the skyline. The LCVIA report finds the visual effect will be moderate to high, depending on the level of visibility. And again, mitigation through the establishment of vegetation may be possible for sections of the day use area and camping sites. Now, you say that wind turbines would be visible in their entirety from parts of Swan Lake Campground and the inland track. That's right?
Yeah.
And your assessment is that the visual impact in those areas is high? Now, you go on to say that mitigation through the establishment of vegetation may be possible for sections of the inland track at camping sites. When you say camping sites, are you referring to Swan Lake Campground?
Yes, yes.
Just Swan Lake Campground?
Well, I guess just any identified camping sites where camping is managed.
Understood.
We can't deal with informal
Yep.
sites. Yeah.
Understood. Now, with respect to those mitigation measures, and you did touch on it at the end of your presentation, has any work been done beyond conceptually to assess whether whether the mitigation measures identified are feasible or appropriate?
No, there's been no additional work at this point in time. I think it's a case of understanding whether there's going to be an acceptance of that approach before further work's done. So,
understood. So there's additional steps.
Yes, additional steps to be undertaken.
Following that recommendation. Yes. Could you elaborate on what some of those additional steps could be?
It would be talking to the local rangers, etc., in terms of from their perspective, where how's the campground used? Which are because typically with campgrounds you end up with sites that are the very popular ones. And you'd be looking at what the level of visitation is for those sites, duration of stay. Although we know the duration of stay it is limited anyway. Identify exactly what the view is that needs to be mitigated. So, for example, how can we actually get the planting as proximate to the viewpoint as possible? Understanding what success there's been with actually establishing vegetation in those areas. Growing conditions are probably going to be the key thing. Obviously, we know what the species are that do well there, but in practice, what's the planting been? I mean, there are some very good planting techniques these days to establish planting in those sorts of areas. So to be applying best practice planting techniques, but like I guess any of these, it's identifying where's the impacted visual receptor. Where do you need to actually put the planting so that it's most effective? As I said before, getting it as close as possible. You can actually achieve screening once it gets to head height.
Thank you, Mr. Hark.
I just have a question of clarification. Sorry, one of those points that you went through, I wasn't sure if I'd heard it clearly. So after you, and you may not be able to recall exactly because you were speaking off the top of your head without, obviously it's something you've thought through, but you said what views need to be mitigated. You also said planting as close to the viewpoints as possible. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the closer, hang on, example with I can't show people on the screen.
Yeah.
But basically, if you've got something over here which is that high.
Yes.
And you're there and you're that high, no point planting your tree over there. You bring it forward.
Yep.
And
Thank you.
There, it starts to block the view.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Vegetation, but
yes,
it doesn't have to be high to actually totally block your view into the countryside. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. With regard to those steps and a particular mitigation measure, which I understand you've considered, and that's mitigation measure LV01. Just try and get to this quickly.
It's on page 19 of 40, if that assists.
So mitigation measure LV01, Mr. Hark. I'll zoom in again. Apologies. Refers to public view locations, and we'll come back to this again later. And it says consultation with Parks Victoria and the Great South West Walk Committee to investigate and implement potential mitigation to minimise visual effects on key public view locations. Mitigation work shall consider additional planting strategies to increase levels of screening at specific sensitive viewpoint and/or to install and upgrade existing infrastructure at these locations to improve the sites as a way to offset potential impacts. Do you think, and noting that a lot of those steps were off the top of your head, do you think that that mitigation measure adequately captures those steps?
Well, I guess process is very different to intent. So here there's a described intent, and the next phase of this would be, okay, what is the process? And I think in all cases, it's actually start talking to PV staff about how places are used, etc. what the potentials are to do things. And as we've identified with the relocation of a jetty, it may be that there are some other facilities that could actually be relocated, reoriented to actually best, I guess, turn your back on something like better views of the lake, better views of the coast, etc. Because a lot of the internal views aren't that great. It's the views along the coast and out to the ocean are the ones that people want. Apart from, of course, the views along the lake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. So in your view, if the mitigation measures were to be implemented, do you think it would alter your visual impact assessment, i.e. reduce it from high to moderate to low?
I think with regard to the relocation of any infrastructure, I don't think that does. It just provides an improved experience from one location, etc. But in terms of the planting, yes, that could actually drop the impact by at least one level. So as you see, if it's high, it could drop it to moderate, or if it's highly effective, nothing at all.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. I now want to go to Lake Monbiong, and I think it's fairly uncontroversial, and there's consensus on your evidence and the submissions this morning that that's a high impact location. You make a similar observation with respect to Lake Monbiong at page 23. And again conclude mitigation in some locations through the establishment of vegetation may be possible for sections of the day use area and camping sites. Mr. Hark, are you aware of how Lake Monbiong is used by the public?
I know where the camping sites are in terms of the different types of facility, but beyond that, no,
The lake itself, though.
I know. Yeah, I know how the relationship of the lake, the little jetty, etc. How people go down there, collect their water, and swim and do that. Yeah, so I know how it functions. Yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm getting at. On Parks Victoria instructions, I'm told that the lake's used for swimming, canoeing, floaty devices, all those sorts of things. I.e., it's shallow and safe.
Yeah.
Again, I don't want to be presumptive. I think that going back to the first part, I think I know the answers to these, but with respect to those mitigation measures, I assume your answer is the same, that no work beyond conceptualising it has actually been done
No.
to assess the mitigation measures.
No.
And similarly, with the Swan Lake campground, mitigation measures, in your view, would have the prospect of materially changing the level of assessed impact?
Yeah, it would for those the static viewpoints, etc. Yeah, obviously it has some reduction on the dynamic viewpoints, people moving through it, but they're obviously harder to mitigate. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. I now want to go to a topic that's been covered a couple of times today, and that's the jetty relocation. And it does assist that I've got a better understanding of sort of the proximate proposed location for that. You obviously refer to the potential for relocating the jetty to the western side of the lake to reorient views away from the turbines.
Eastern side of the lake?
Eastern side of the lake. My apologies.
Sorry, yes, yeah. So to actually have it aligned so that it's looking along the lake rather than, whereas at the moment, like tucked in the corner, it's a bit, orientation's pretty for this project effectively.
Yes.
Can I just interrupt very briefly, just a point of clarification? The evidence refers to the construction of a new jetty as opposed to relocation of the current jetty.
Thank you. I had just jotted down the same question, so thank you. And on that point then, can I clarify, Mr. Hark, when you're saying new jetty, did you put your mind to whether it was an additional jetty?
An additional jetty.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And in saying that, it could be one that actually has seats interpretation, something which actually allows people to experience the lake more and orients them in a particular direction.
Mr. Hark, has any work been done to assess whether that additional jetty would meaningfully change the experience of the wind farm at the site?
Nothing beyond actually looking at what the actual orientation of the views would be.
Yeah, understood.
You'd change the direction of the primary view. That's all. And likewise, in terms of impacts on vegetation, that work hasn't been.
Mr. Hark, I just want to jump back into a couple of the mitigation measures we've spoken to today, and that's mitigation measure LV01, which concerns public view locations, and I'll put this up on screen, and BD16 being the transmission line diverters. So in your presentation and for expert evidence, you refer to the EMF and incorporated document, the day one versions, and say that you're satisfied with the mitigation measures as they relate to on-site and off-site landscape mitigation measures. Now, MMLV01 refers to the mitigation of impacts from key public view locations. That's the first point I want to focus on. There's no definition of key public view locations, is there?
No, there isn't in this case, no.
Now, your presentation and the expert evidence spends some time talking about views from the inland track. Would you accept that in addition to the named campgrounds and viewpoints, that views along the Great Southwest Walk are inherently a key location?
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. I don't mean to interrupt, but Mr. Redden may not be aware that there's already a response that's been given to that specific question as part of the RFI response package. If I was to direct Mr. Redden to PDF page 162 of Mr. Hark's primary statement, it refers to sections of the Great West Walk, the Lake Monbiom campsite and access track, and the Swan Lake campsite and access track as key view locations. That may truncate the questions. That's all I'd raise. Effectively, Mr. Hark's already answered that question in his written statement.
Thank you. Mr. Redden, I'm happy for you if you need further clarification from Mr. Hark to pursue that.
I'm happy to move on, Chair.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hark, I'd now like to take you to mitigation measure BD16, which concerns the transmission line diverters you spoke to before. Just pull this up again. Mr. Hark, with respect to some of the comments in your presentation today, specifically slide 45, very tail end, and your comments with respect to the EMF and the day one version of the incorporated document. Final dot point in that slide, in slide 45, and I'm happy to pull it up on screen. If you need a refresh, you say you've reviewed the day one version of the documents and you're satisfied with the mitigation measures as they relate to on-site and off-site landscape mitigation measures. You note that BD 16 specifies the placement of bird diverters to increase the visibility of birds and bats along sections of the overhead power line along Portland Nelson Road. And as these have the potential to result in a visual impact, you recommend that the measure be updated to ensure the selected diverters are not fluorescent, but are white and black and spaced as widely as possible. Now, in reaching that conclusion and that final recommendation, white and black and spaced as widely as possible, yesterday, the committee heard evidence from ecology experts with respect to a range of diverters, different diverters, including LED diverters, to improve visibility. In making that recommendation, did you consult or were you informed by ecological experts or advice regarding the effectiveness of black and white diverters versus another form of diverter, i.e. LED?
When I actually read that they were required, I actually requested council provide additional information.
Yep.
And council provided a range of potential bird diverters that could be considered, and it showed that there were a range of different types, going from bright orange to like plastic strips to black and white little things that contrasted. So I based my response and my recommendation based on whatever the selected range was.
Thank you, Mr. Huck. And Mr. Huck, the final point I'd like to take you to is in relation to a proprietary bird detection system, which has been discussed throughout the proceeding, was discussed yesterday. For this, I'd just like to pull up table document 339. This image here. And then you see it on screen. Mr. Hark, the proprietary bird detection system is to identify and potentially mitigate bird strike risks for certain species. The photo you're seeing here provides an example of what this can look like. Not necessarily what it would look like, but what it can look like. Now, that system, if it were implemented, on the evidence of Mr. Organ yesterday, might involve poles of up to 30 metres high being distributed across the project area. I think you can assume for the purpose of this question that it'd be less than half the number of turbines. Do you hold any instructions about these poles potentially being established around the wind farm?
No.
Noting that and appreciating that you might not be able to provide an answer for this, and if so, that's fine. But in the context of a pine plantation where mature trees might reach 30 to 35 metres in height, would poles like this be likely to be of a scale that requires consideration in the broader context, or are they of a scale that's unlikely to matter?
So you say they're 30 metres in height?
Up to 30 metres in height.
I think given their scale and the context of the pine plantation, if they're internalised within the pine plantation, they would result in really no impact at all. If they're at the edge of the pine plantation, there'd just be a number of, discrete units along the road, which are similar in a way to some of the power poles, so they would fit with that overall infrastructure. They wouldn't be significant elements in their own right, put it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. If those structures are not currently addressed in the EMF, would you consider it appropriate for the EMF to include visual assessment guidance in the event that they were required?
I think it would be a useful base to cover off, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. No further questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Redden. So I'll now ask Mr. Turner if he could please turn his camera on and we'll go to his questions. Thank you, Mr. Turner. And just noting, Mr. Turner, that Mr. Wright did take Mr. Hark through some of the matters that you've raised in your correspondence. So just asking you not to repeat any of those in the questions as you take Mr. Hark through your questions. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Member Kendall. Can everyone hear and see me?
Yes, all good. Thank you.
Right. In my cross-examination, I'd like to refer to document 69, document 304, which you've just mentioned, which is my correspondence. And thank you for accommodating that and reviewing it. I appreciate that. I'd also like to use the Google Earth data that's been provided by Neon, the package of data. And there's one other piece of information I'd like to reference, and that is the Heritage Rivers Act 1992. Is that something I can refer to in my cross-examination?
I'm happy to for you to ask Mr. Huck if he's familiar with it, and if so, he may be able to answer questions.
Certainly. Okay. I'll start with the images or the visual scenes of the Glenelg River that have been prepared there in document 69. Just going to share my screen if it's okay. I'll just do that now. This is PDF page 130. Is this? Can people see that?
Yes. Thank
Right.
you.
Mr. Huck, can you describe to me what this scene is and how it's been compiled?
This is based on the digital terrain model, which was provided, which was actually purchased for the project.
Sorry, and I'm just going to note, Mr. Huck, you did run us through this in some detail earlier.
Sorry?
You ran us through this in some detail earlier.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. So
Yes.
just if you need to add on. So, Mr. Turner, we'll get Mr. Huck to expand on anything if you need him to, but not to repeat content that he's already taken the IAC through.
Yes, certainly. I did hear that evidence.
Yeah, so if you need to be, if you have a specific question.
Yeah, the data layers that have been used. The sources of information that have been
Thank you.
brought
Yes,
together.
that's clear. Yeah.
Okay, so the primary DTM was Geoscience Australia 2020, 5-metre digital DEM, digital elevation model, based on LiDAR survey. It's got a vertical accuracy of 95% confidence at 0.3 of a metre and a horizontal accuracy of 0.8 of a metre, 95% confidence.
Okay.
That's
that
the base
includes
DTM. That's the base DTM.
Certainly.
The actual,
I'll let you continue.
the point cloud model was based on the Victorian statewide river LiDAR project for the Glenelg Hopkins CMA. I can provide this to the panel, this information. It's the Glenelg Hopkins CMA LiDAR geoid and ellipsoid. Accuracy, horizontal, plus or minus 30 centimetres, vertical, plus or minus 20 centimetres. So it's the highest resolution data available in the state for this location.
Okay, thank you.
Publicly purchased, that can be purchased.
Yes. In preliminary matters, yesterday we heard that Neon, the proponent, had commissioned their own survey for their site. Would it be correct that that data wasn't assessed, or your assessment of visual impacts hasn't used that data for whatever reason? You know, it didn't cover the river or whatever.
I understand that the initial.
Sorry,
DTM,
Mr. Hark, just bear with me for a moment. I should just clarify. What was said yesterday is that there was a LiDAR model, flyover LiDAR for the project area. Wouldn't have included the river area. So
Great.
if there's any confusion about that. That's
Thank you.
as I said yesterday.
Clear.
Thank you. In terms of qualification of some of the aspects of the accuracy, is there anything you'd like to add about the water level? This scene that we're seeing is taken from someone on the river. It's a tidal area. What's your understanding of LiDAR with respect to being able to survey water heights?
Well, it surveys it at the point in time that it actually does the flight happen. So it, I don't know what time of day it was flown. I don't know what the actual tidal conditions were at that point in time. Was it a low tide or a high tide?
Okay, so your understanding is LiDAR is able to survey water?
I understand that it can actually capture the relative level of water, yes.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the vegetation and the accuracy of the vegetation survey, could you qualify the accuracy of that in terms of vegetation moves, leaves blow in the wind, trees grow, and some of the LiDAR data I would understand would fall on the ground. So your understanding of what the resolution of the vegetation.
But what it does is actually gives you an approximate overall height of the vegetation. So if they're swaying from side to side, that's not going to really affect the height. Of course, when one actually considers when this LiDAR was flown, which was 2020, the trees may well have grown within, in 5 years, they might have put another metre, but it's probably unlikely because they're mature trees. Their height is what it is.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your evidence that LiDAR data is point data. What does a point have a size, or is it's a discrete data element?
I don't know. I'm not the 3D modeler. All I know is what the resolution is and what the overall process is, but I actually don't know the attributes of the data points. It's not my job.
Okay. I understand this image is a rendered scene. With the rendering of the point cloud that we can see on the image, can you inform me what the size of that point, those points are that have been rendered, or what the size of the rendering is for each discrete data point?
No, I can't.
Okay. Thank you. My next questions are around the visibility at Simpson's Landing. In the preliminary introduction to this session, there's a correction being made from, I think, 2 turbines were visible. Now there's 4 turbines visible. Is that correct?
There always were in the photo montage, but I actually mistakenly actually said 2 in my evidence.
Okay.
We haven't changed the photo montage. The photo montage is the same.
Okay. In your evidence document 69, there's a summary at page 155 of your assessment at Simpson's Landing. It says there that no views are possible from the river. Can you see that?
Yes, that actually should have related purely to your house, not the river.
Okay. So it says additional analysis has been undertaken, including a photo simulation for the river near his property. No views possible.
No, it should actually state that your residence, there are no views possible.
Okay. It says that at the top, no views possible from this residence due to dense surrounding vegetation.
Yes, no, I suggest that's a mistake.
Okay, thank you.
Because obviously then when we actually did prepare the actual DTM, we actually could see that that the tips would be visible of a number of turbines.
Thank you. Now I'd like to go to the scene that was provided as complementary material there, high resolution images. I included it in my document 304. This is the scene here. Is this the file name that was downloaded from the Minto Ellison share document sharing site was has that name there?
Yes.
Is this the material you provided?
Yes.
I've added on a yellow line there. I'm sorry. I'll just point that out. It's got a graticule along the bottom that shows direction. Is that graticule related to true north and map grid bearings?
I'm not sure. It'll actually be based on what the actual model was.
Okay. In your evidence at page 133, there's a description of how the photo montages are brought together. I'll just jump to that. So page 133. There's a description there that describes the data from the camera being accurately matched to the 3D model using ground or survey features. Has the image we just seen been compiled in that way or derived in that way using what I know as control points?
It has. The recognizing the limitations of non-differential GPS, that's the attribute that's actually captured into the EXIF of the actual image. It gives location, it gives direction of view, obviously with that proviso that it's non-differential, but the key locating, I guess, process is to actually take a photo of where I'm standing, to take the photo and also place a pin on that exact location in Google, Google Earth. So once again, yeah, the Google Earth model you've been using, it's similar to what I've been using. So for example, I know where I'm standing based on the photo, I can place the pin accurately. So then that location goes into the 3D model, viewpoint generated at 1.7 meters height for eye height. And then from that, basically the digital terrain model or the surface model can be matched against topography. So in the case of that particular view, that rock outcrop on the right-hand side of the image is a very distinctive feature which allows accurate placement of the image.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, accurate setup of the 3D view, I should say, to allow the camera match to happen with the image.
Okay. What's your understanding of the closest turbine to Nelson? I'm just going to jump across onto the Google Earth. Everyone see that?
Yes.
Is this the closest turbine here to Nelson?
I understand, so yes.
Yeah. I'm just going to perform an exercise to measure the distance and the direction from the location of the photo montage that we've been talking about. Does that look like it there, Mr. Huck?
It's that little clearing on that isthmus.
Yeah, so I'll start there. And I'll go to the turbine location. That window up there tells us that it's 6.4 kilometres and at a heading or a direction of 106 degrees.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Just going to stop sharing my screen and go back to the image.
I'm just noting it's 1 o'clock, so I would like to do a time check with you, Mr. Turner. I think we kicked off about 15 minutes or so ago with your questions. just get a
I've
sense
got
of how you're tracking.
about 3 questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So looking at this scene here, I've marked 106 degrees on the image, and I can't see a turbine. And I also ask you to identify on that image which is the closest turbine.
I'm not sure. It'd be obviously based on the visual prominence and the height. I haven't actually marked it on that view, but it'd obviously be one of the ones to the right or the left. Well, probably to the right. Mindful of the fact also that Google Earth, you've got terrain switched on, and it's not really accurate. I'd be relying on the accuracy of a 3D model, which is actually properly geo-coordinated and referenced rather than Google Earth. For instance, we use Google Earth just as a preliminary assessment tool because it is not always accurate.
Okay. So in terms of control points here that is mentioned in your material around fitting the photo to the 3D model, other than the camera location, what control points have been used to provide a height reference and a scale reference to where the photo sits in the 3D scene?
The camera, I'm not sure if you know how 3D models work, but what you effectively do is you create the entire model, everything's included, topography, wind turbines. Then based on the location provided of the camera, for the camera, that viewpoint is established. So as I said, we knew exactly what the actual RL of the topography was at that location. They knew the exact camera location. So that gives us that point. Then what you do is you actually create the view and you move the camera until it actually and until the wireframe model matches the topography. So the key reference point here is the topography and features within the topography. That's why ideally we like to use point clouds because they show more detail. But in this case, it's giving us enough information in terms of what the landform is to get the photo matched appropriately. And that's a standard VCAT accepted technique.
Thank you. I'll now move to the final matter I wanted to talk about, and that is the Heritage Rivers Act 1992. Are you aware of this act?
I am. Yes.
The purpose of the act, and I'll read or paraphrase, is to make a provision for Victorian heritage rivers and for the protection of significant nature conservation, recreation and scenic attributes. Are you aware that the Gurnell River is declared a heritage river under this act?
Yes.
In terms of the impact of this proposed project on the scenic aspects of the heritage river, can you comment as to high impact scenes along the river like Jones Lookout and the estuary at the mouth of the river?
Well,
sorry, before Mr. Hark answers, Madam Chair, it's not clear to me, at least, in context of the permissions that are required for the project and that are before the committee for consideration, whether the Heritage Rivers Act is in fact a relevant consideration. So I hesitate to object, but to the extent that it is, that should be established.
Yes.
Otherwise, to the extent that it's not,
yes,
that should also be established.
Thank you. So in that context, I'm happy for Mr. Huck to provide the advice that he can. I also note there are maps associated with areas that are designated or designate the relevance to the Act, and I'm not. We don't have those before us to have an understanding of which parts of the river. I don't know, Mr. Turner, if you've had a look at that and you have those available and could circulate them. And I'm not asking you to, but I'm just wondering if you've considered that with your questions that you're intending to put to Mr. Hark.
Yes, I have. I have provided a submission, I can't remember the name of it, where I shared a Google map link to a map that I shared within the Nelson community social media. It's had 4,400 views. The Heritage River layer is within that map. But as it's not my job, or I'm not the expert, I'll just make the comment I have considered it and aware that this information is available from public registers.
No problem. Thank you. No, I certainly don't need you to pursue that any further, but I might just ask the proponent to come back to us with some clarification on any relevance to our considerations. But noting that that hasn't been clarified yet, Mr. Turner, was there something specific that you wanted to ask Mr. Huck?
Yes, it was in relation to the Act stating that its purpose is to protect the scenic attribute of a declared river, being the Glenelg River, and that the Glenelg River has views, and its riverbanks has views that we've heard that are high impact, and whether, what his comments around that might be.
I've identified any locations along the river where there are high impacts. The assessment finds that in most cases, views from the river and the estuary are negligible to low, the impact. So in terms of protection of the river, regardless of the status of this actual act, this project doesn't actually result in a high level impact.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Member Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Turner. So we're just after 1, and I know we have a few questions from Mr. Liddicoat and then Hayne Meredith. I'm contemplating asking them to ask their questions if they will be very brief, and then breaking after that, and then coming back from questions from the ISC. But I might just ask Mr. Liddicoat if he can turn his microphone on and advise me. I think Hayne Meredith only has one question. So I imagine that one will be quick. Thank you. Mr. Meredith, you do just have one question, is that correct?
Madam Chair, I have a couple of short questions.
Okay, thank you. We might I'll just check, is that okay if we do keep moving for a few moments and try to get through the questions of other parties?
Certainly from our perspective, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we won't, I'm not expecting it to be very long, so we'll just see how we go, and I'll ask Mr. Liddicoat to join us as soon as Mr. Meredith's finished. So Mr. Meredith, I'll hand to you to ask your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My greetings to all, and my thanks to Peter Huck for including my place at Bridgewater Lakes in his ever-increasing portfolio of images. Now, Mr. Huck, your original characterisation of the view of the turbines for Bridgewater Lakes was that they would not be visible. The images you've provided from the view of my place indicates that they are visible, and that they would be visible for users on the lake. They would be visible for users of the caves or visitors to the caves behind our house, and visible from houses to either side of us, so that the characterisation of views from Bridgewater Lakes as being not visible would not be correct. Would you agree?
No, I actually wasn't able to get down onto the lake, but the assumption was, based on the actual ZVI analysis, is that there'd be visual shadowing of the lake because it's being depressed with rising topography around it and vegetation. So in terms of views from the lakes themselves, no, I stand by the assessment. However, your house being elevated as it is with views towards the actual towards the project, it will be visible in the distance. As for residences around you, we haven't visited many of them, but based on the distance, the impact is always going to be less than moderate. It's going to be a low-level impact, even though it's visible. As I said earlier in my evidence, the fact that something is visible doesn't necessarily result in a high impact.
Yes, I heard you say that. When I look through your images, I see that there are a range of images you provide. You've got 90-degree images, 90-degree field of views, 40-degree field of views, and a panoramic view from Celia Lookout, which looks to be a wider view than the usual 90-degree view. Is that correct, that the view from Celia Lookout was more of a panoramic view?
It actually extends further. So I think in all cases, it's my understanding that the photos for the LCVIA report, the initial report, were all taken with a 50mm lens, so the height will all be the same. So they'll all be capturing a 27-degree vertical field of view. But what happens is some are wider, so there's more images stitched together.
Okay. From what I read in your report, the 40-degree field of view is taken to represent what the eye is supposed to be seeing.
Hmm.
The 90-degree view is more of a context or a landscape context view. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's because wind turbines are generally a horizontal element. They need to actually capture the context, yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, as presented in your A4 format, as presented in the reports, even the 40-degree field of view montages look markedly smaller than what someone would be seeing if they were standing in the same place. But now, when I've heard you explain how you took those photographs, you're suggesting that the best way of viewing these montages would be to print them in A3 format and to hold them at 500 millimetres from the face.
Yeah, 540 millimetres.
Thank you.
You've got to be precise. Yeah.
Yes. So just could I clarify, because it's obviously a little bit more complex than just looking at A4 reports. You'd print them in landscape perspective?
So the landscape format is almost the same as the 40 degrees by 27 degrees format. It's very close to it. So print it so the height fills the A3.
So the width would go beyond the A3?
If the width goes, yeah, that's right. Or you just have to paste a whole lot of them together, yes, yeah.
Yes, thank you. That was my next question, whether it would be a full page or whether it would be extending beyond the page. So a full page height-wise.
Yeah, the height's the key thing.
Yeah, very good. And it would be therefore not the whole montage, but it would be particular focused sections of the montage that you'd be looking at. The relevant, in other words.
Yeah, unless you print them all out and stick them together. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, well, that clarifies my questions. I shall be off to Officeworks in the short term and try again to get a better representation of what I can see compared to what you're showing us. I thank you for that, and I thank the panel.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Liddickett is with us, so we'll keep going and see if we can finish these questions before we break. Mr. Liddickett, could you please turn your microphone on and, if possible, your camera?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Meredith, I'll get you to turn your camera off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And I'll just confirm, you said you had 2 to 3 questions, or 3 to 4 questions, just to help manage time?
Yes, I could probably roll a couple together if necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hark, for the opportunity to ask these questions. Can I start with, my first question relates to images taken at the junction of Winnap and Nelson Portland Road. And it's the original photograph that was taken of the MET. Sorry, I've got the wrong position. It's the images of the meteorological wind mast taken and provided in the EES, and subsequently another image taken with the wind turbine superimposed as requested of Mr. Hark, along with about another 28 locations that were identified for study. Just quickly, of those 29, we had three that were identified as to be followed up. That was one of them. Could I please have the 2 images shared by support there?
Thank you. I understand that the PV.
Sorry, that was the image that I took from over recently a new pine plantation that was growing.
Well, it looks relatively new to me. It's very highly visible from the Portland Nelson Road.
Would you like me to share?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was being shared.
Oh, sorry, I've got the full width images up here if you want that.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I'm understanding that this is intended to be directed to figure 19 in Mr. Hark's addendum statement,
Yes.
which I believe is this image on screen. But if I've got that wrong, if Mr. Liddicutt could please
Thank you.
clarify.
Thank you.
That looks like the right image that supposedly depicts the mast alongside the turbines as requested.
Correct.
Could I just ask exactly where that mast is in that image, because it looks a lot less conspicuous than in the original photograph, understanding the fact that the request was to
You can see the
take...
hand. There's a virtual
Yeah,
hand moving
okay.
around it on the screen.
Well, the puzzling fact is that it's relatively obscured compared to the original photograph, and the whole point of the exercise was to get relative scale. Now, relative scale, but for those
Thank you,
who
Mr. Liddicutt. I'll get you to just ask a question of Mr.
okay,
Huck.
the question is why is that, if it's taken from the same location, why does it look like the original mast is approximately extends 6 times the length of what we're seeing on this second photograph on from the horizon? It's approximately 1/6 of what we see in the original photograph. If we can go back to the original just by way of comparison.
No, it's okay. I understand your question.
Okay,
and
thank you.
I can tell you why this has been done.
Okay.
The other location in the report is not a publicly accessible location or not a frequented location. It's from forestry tracks within the plantation. Everything we've represented in terms of photo montages are from higher level sensitivity viewpoints. So in this case, it's one of the most frequented viewpoints in the area, which is Portland Nelson Road. So what we did in this image was actually combine your request to see what the wind turbines look like in the context of a recently cleared plantation. We combined that with the actual view of a met mast as well, to give you an idea of scale. Now, this is a proposed met mast location. Some of the other met masts, or most of them actually, are not visible from this road. They might be visible in the distance, but they're not visible to the extent that that other image showed. So I guess the first thing is all met masts are going to be located a long way from any of the higher sensitivity level roads and will appear like this. So as for scale, what you're actually seeing is a 90-metre high met mast, which I think is higher than the existing one that was in the report, in the context of the wind turbines.
Okay, well, I still don't understand why, if it's the same location that we're viewing the mast from.
Sorry, it's a different. As I said, that other location wasn't used because it's not a typical publicly accessible location. It's from a location on forestry tracks within the plantation. So it's not representative of public use.
Are you saying that photograph is not taken from the Nelson Portland Road, the side of the road? Okay.
The report, sorry, the one in the assessment report that showed a very large, prominent wind monitoring mast. No, it wasn't taken from this road.
Well, given the fact that I tabled the request, it was to take the same photograph from the same position, so we get a sense of context and scale. This photograph, if it's taken of another mast, simply doesn't fulfil the objective to inform the viewer. So I can move on.
Thank you. Yes, there's no need for commentary. Thanks, Mr. Liddicutt. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I might just note that
Yes.
this is precisely described on PDF page 23 of the addendum as to the difference between the two locations and the reasons why Mr. Hark took the photo from a publicly accessible viewpoint location.
Right. Mr. Liddicutt, can you hear Mr. Wright's reference
yes,
to the document?
I
Yes,
heard that.
thank you.
I'm still somewhat puzzled, but I won't dwell on it.
No, that's fine. Yes, you're welcome to present your views in your submission. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Look, simply, In terms of, there hasn't been a lot of mention in terms of visual pollution from night skies and the aviation lights, which would ultimately be resultant for a wind farm of this scale and altitude in terms of the height of the turbines. Noting the fact that whilst CASA might downplay it, if we look at form, the state government will ultimately override that.
Mr. Liddicoat, could I just get you to ask a direct question, please?
Okay. Is the expectation that night skies will suffer light pollution in keeping with what would be the case in where other aviation lights are installed?
Madam Chair, I might just note that there are no obstacle lighting proposed for any of the turbines as part of this proposal.
Thank you.
Could I just say, reality check, it'll happen.
Mr. Liddicoat, could you move on? Thank you.
Okay. I was just wondering, given the challenges all of us are facing to try to do justice to the visual impacts, no one seems to, we don't have the tools necessary. Is 3D modelling something which is used that Mr. Hark is aware of to use in his field? And why would it not be used to draw upon the most advanced technology to help inform the stakeholders?
I'm not clear on the question, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
I simply made that 3D modelling hasn't been used, but 3D modelling has been used to inform the montage simulation.
I might clarify that. And Mr. Hark can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm talking of the a basic form would be the Google Earth form, where you hover, you can move across the site and sort of get a sense of scale. Something more advanced would be more experiential, where you're viewing the turbines in a three-dimensional sense at ground level. Is this something which presumably...
I think we understand your question.
Yeah,
Thank you,
okay.
Mr. Huck, do you have any comment at all?
There are other techniques we've used. You can actually build 3D models which you actually put into VR goggles, and we've taken them to consultation sessions previously, but people have found them confusing. And we've found that the best way for people to actually absorb them is to actually have large-scale prints of the 3D model views on the wall. So there are various techniques. We've tried them, and we've settled on this as being, and other panels have accepted these have been an appropriate approach.
Okay, now just
Mr. Liddicoat, we're up to number 4 and more. If you're saying 2 more, I'll ask you to be very, very rapid.
Okay, 2 quick questions. Now, other documents to be tabled to do with the WINAP intersection, where there are 2 images taken. One is of a field of view of 120 degrees, and by way of comparison, there's another one of 40 degrees. If that could be shared on the screen, please, to illustrate the point.
I'm just the planning. Miss Broderick is assisting with some screen sharing if the parties are unsure about the request.
I think for us kind of students of this whole visual impact, it's still very baffling to look at that and see by way of comparison.
Mr. Liddicoat, I'll get you to direct proceed to your question.
Okay. Well, the question, I suppose, is why would you include so much emphasis on a wild field of view when it doesn't represent scale in the way that 40 degrees, if that is consistent with how you suggested one needs to get scale on an A3 at 510 millimetres for your face? Why would we even bother with 120 degree fields? It's just as...
Thank you. I think the question's clear.
Okay.
Mr. Huck, any
I think
comment?
I answered this in the previous response I gave to the last questioner. Basically, what we do is the key thing is it's the height. The height's the critical thing. The width is almost immaterial. And it's all about capturing the context of the surrounding setting. So in this case, it's to say, okay, here's some turbines sitting with pine forest on one side, taller trees on the other side. If it was a narrower view, the more proximate wind turbine might have been chopped out. So
could we see the other? Could we see the other figure, please, by way of comparison?
And is this your last question, Mr. Liddicoat?
Well, I can make it my last question if you like.
Thank you.
Okay, now this is the same location on a narrow field of view, telling a very, very different story. And okay, well, look, the rest I'll probably leave for my submission. Other than quickly, what is it acknowledged, Peter? Would you acknowledge that there's certain, when it comes to value scenic of high value scenic experiences, that no metrics are capable of measuring that and doing justice to what the actual effect, somewhat along the lines of a masterpiece of art suffering a hammer blow and what that impact
Thank you,
would do
Mr.
to the
Liddicoat.
visual experience.
Are you talking about this particular view still, or other views?
No, sorry. This is just trying to squeeze that last one in. Just addressing the limitations when it comes to high value scenic experiences. We can't. None of the metrics do justice to it.
Thank you, Mr. Liddicoat. I think the question.
Yeah, no, sorry, Stephen. I do get your question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, there is a degree of subjectivity that actually comes into it, but it also then comes down to the relative scenic qualities of the landscape. So, for example, with that view there, that would be classed as a low scenic quality landscape, and the view is in the context of that. But yes, and the report has identified in other locations, for example, particularly the Great Southwest Walk, Discovery Bay Coastal Park, that it is a significant landscape and there will be impacts. So it doesn't walk away from that. Where there are impacts on high value landscape, it addresses that and recognises it.
Right. Thank you. So we'll finish there. Thank you, Mr. Liddicoat.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
We've gone a little longer than I was intending, so apologies to everybody. Shorter lunch. I am going to suggest that we come back at 2:15, so 3/4 of an hour. Before we break, I'll note that we have received from the proponents your submissions on land use and planning and Mr. Glossop's presentation, so that has landed. Thank you. And I also will just note that I have a hard deadline to finish at 4:30 today, so just if parties could please keep that in mind as we progress through the afternoon, noting that the only questions of our fire experts will be from the IAC.
Yes, so once the witnesses finish, we'll turn to bushfire. We have the witnesses here. I note that the timetable contemplates only one witness tomorrow, and for any overflow for bushfires that go into tomorrow. So I still feel we're tracking reasonably well to meet the timetable both today and into tomorrow.
Thank you. Just while we are discussing that, if the proponents of a view that it may need the reserve days that are scheduled over the next week or so, just ask if you could bring that to our attention sooner rather than later as well.
Yes, at this stage, I think we don't think we need them, but we'll let you know if that changes.
Of course. Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. I'll see you back.
Chair,
Oh, yes.
Just advising yourself and the committee and parties that Parks Victoria and DECA will be attending the ballots of today online and their representatives.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. See everybody at 2:15.
You get the chair, lady, Madam Chair, getting all sort of things.
Ms. Kendall, sorry.
Thank you. Welcome back. Yep.
Just before we resume the evidence of Mr. Hark, I just want to get a feel, or whether it was possible to get a feel for the likely time required for the bushfire experts. I raise the query because if it's likely to go into tomorrow, the witnesses might need to make arrangements for accommodation this evening, and the earlier we know, the better. So we can certainly accommodate it, and we note the timetable had made provision for flow over if needed. But do we have a sense yet as to the likely time estimates for that topic?
So just stepping back, the questions from the IAC to Mr. Hark, we've got about 6 questions, not many, 15 minutes, I imagine, at the most. Maybe not even that long. So then we'll be able to move into evidence in chief. Have you got a time estimate for that?
It's a relatively detailed topic, so I would have thought around the 40-minute mark, I think.
Yes, yeah. So we have, again, a handful of questions. So I think that it's realistic for us to try and finish today.
We've done opening submissions. I'd like to walk the committee through those, but it might be that I do that after the evidence in this case, just to see how far we get. It might be that that's a tomorrow morning job, for example, but those estimates are useful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll do our best to keep things moving as well. But no, that sounds like a plan. And if those submissions occur in the morning, of course, that's neither here nor there for us. So thank you very much. So Mr. Hark, I'll just take you through a few questions now on behalf of the IAC. Firstly, I just wanted to confirm that the document prepared by the proponent, the document 309 that relates to provide the response to SL01, the parent clause, just that you've had an opportunity to review that. Did you have any specific comments or any views that you would like to share?
Open the document. Just give me one moment, Madam Chair. So bear with me. Is it save time? Does anyone else have that they could share? I'm struggling.
I'm not going to take you to a specific part, so I was really seeking your assessment of the response to the requirements of that provision, to see if you differed in your view at all, or if you had any comment on any of the interpretation of the response.
So with regard to the existing SL01 that applies to the site.
That's right.
Yeah. As I've mentioned before, it covers an area of land which actually doesn't have any attributes in itself that require protection. But I recognise that its intent is to actually protect the backdrop of views from the estuary and the edge of the estuary, etc., from, I guess, visually prominent development. And I guess in the case of the way it was written, it's talking about not putting buildings on hills and things like that, things that actually might be visually prominent and might actually impact on the views. And given its extent, it's interesting too, because it's almost a case of that any traditional development located as far away from the estuary as the turbines are would probably never impact on the estuary in any case anyway. They need to be quite tall. But with regard to the intent of the SLO to protect those views, the visual impact assessment shows that views of the coast from that area are not impacted. Views of the coastal dunes aren't impacted, and that inland views, apart from Wade Street, which is away from the estuary, etc., views are impacted, I guess, at a level of negligible to low effect.
Okay, thank you. No, that's clear. One specific question in relation to one of the objectives is to protect locally significant views and vistas. are you able to provide any advice on how the term locally significant views may be interpreted in this context? I hear what you've already said, so just to add on anything.
I think the obvious vista is, if we're talking about vistas, is of course there's vistas from the estuary and there's vistas on the arrival as well. For example, when the motorist pops out of the plantation on their way towards Nelson, there actually are going to be views of the turbines in the foreground. But in terms of the vista, you could probably describe it as a slightly expansive view of a pastoral setting. The actual coastal landscape is not visually prominent within that view. It's really only as you get to the approach to the township itself that you become aware of the estuary. But the coastline itself is always somewhat detached. You might see some vegetation on the tops of the dunes. But by then you're actually past the project anyway. And when one does sort of come out of that transition of the forest clearing, there will be some turbines set in the forest to the north of the road. The most visually prominent ones will be fairly proximate to the south of the road, but once again, the motorist will have travelled past that fairly quickly. In relation to the other views, the other vistas, I mean, primarily they're really inland views from the Ocean Beach car park, looking along the estuary, with some views looking north, with some views across to the east, where, as the photo montages show, there will be some turbines, but once again, viewed in the context of buildings in the foreground. So they're a fairly minor recessive element. And in terms of other vistas, obviously most of the other views are actually once you're actually down by the edge of the water at the jetties or the boat sheds or many of the visitor areas, most of the views are more short to middle distance views of the river escarpments, etc., and the vegetation.
Thank you. Just if I could take you to the LCVIA, figure 32, it explains that there was in refining the project, some turbines have been removed, particularly to reduce impacts. And there's an image at figure 32 that shows the areas where turbines have been removed, that you've acknowledged. Some of those are sitting in the SLO1, so that's areas A1 and A2. Are you familiar with those without me going to the document? So
it might be. I know the general areas where they were removed, but for specifics, if you could share, would be.
And I might just ask, would the proponent be able to assist with just showing figure 32 of the ES document? My question.
Yes, I will, Madam Chair, but if you could just give me about 30 seconds to find it.
Yes, no problem. Actually, if I just was asking you to, because I wasn't sure if I had it complete.
It's PDF page 168 of Appendix L.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. So there were several reasons given and in your evidence as well as to why, particularly in the ES document, as to why those areas were excluded, A1 and A2, and it does relate to impacts in the SLO1 and various other reasons relating to environmental issues and feedback. Could you I was hoping that you could explain, so you seem to support the removal of those turbines on that basis, and the turbines that are retained, I was interested to get your views on why you consider that they're appropriately located, given the other. I don't know the detail of why the other ones were removed, but
no, I wasn't involved in this part of the process, so it would have been the way the process for the LCVA would have, I guess, evolved. Would have been a preliminary assessment would have been undertaken, which identified areas of higher level visual impacts. And all I can do is assume that they were effectively like the first cut in the process to remove those that were felt to actually represent higher order impacts, most likely because of proximity to residences on the outskirts on that in that rural area to the east of Nelson, and potentially also on views from Nelson itself or from the estuary. As for the other turbines along the Discovery Bay Coastal Park, I'm assuming they've been removed to actually increase the amount of setback to reduce the visual prominence on views from the Great Southwest Walk in that location.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the Mount Richmond cluster.
Thank you. Yeah, so both do reference A1 and A2, the explanations both reference the fact that they're within the SLO1. So I just wondered if you could shed some light on that.
Yeah, so with regard to a specific impact on SLO1, it would relate to that protection of views from the actual estuary, etc. So it would seem logical that the closest turbines would be more visually proximate, more prominent, etc. So that would then result in the turbines being removed purely from a visual perspective in terms of protecting the view rather than the fact that they sat within the SLO.
Okay. I can see one of the turbines is still sitting, that sits even further to the west of those two, the A1 and the A2 boxes. So that would be even more closer.
Yeah.
Have you got any advice on that?
Yeah, they're the turbines that are visible in that additional view that we generated. Let me just get the document. So that was one of Mr. Liddicott's suggested views, and I recognised that that was something that was lacking because it was the first point that one becomes exposed to the pastoral landscape around Nelson itself, and they wouldn't actually have the pine plantations providing visual mitigation of them.
You're just trying to find that now.
Yes, just one moment.
Okay, thank you. If it's at hand, that would be great.
Yes, just one moment. I'll just get it. So it'll be in Addendum 1, and it will be annotated page 19, not actual page 19, but I think similar. So page 19.
Is it convenient if I share that whilst I've got my...
Thank you.
Oh, you've got it up, have you? Thank you.
Sorry, that was this one here.
Yes, that one there. Yes, thank you. So that shows the location where one finally comes out of the plantation, and it's slightly undulating pasture. Obviously, they're remnant dunes that have been stripped of their vegetation, and there are another number of turbines sitting in that context. The ones that are actually more to the south and east are hidden from view from the simulation, so they're effectively almost a close to perpendicular angle from the direction of travel. And a typical direction of travel ranges something between 40 and 60 degrees. So one's typically looking sort of more further ahead. So they're the turbines that actually then are in the photo montage that follows. So that, yeah, they're the ones that you can start to see in that situation there. So they're obviously sitting within the SLO. So they are visible, highly visible within the SLO, but they're not interrupting a view of the ocean as such, or the coast, or particularly not the beach. And so once again, I think it comes down to the comment I made previously too about a lot of these turbines here are sitting in landscape with no real attributes of higher scenic quality, particularly those that are within the those ones which are sitting to the north of the road within the pine plantation.
Do you know off the top of your head the number of the one that's on the south?
Yes, just 1 second. I'll query it for you. Okay, it is. So I've got three numbers here, 98, 109, 118. Do you have does council have the numbers on their Google Earth map?
That's okay. Well, I'm happy to keep moving. I can see the ones that you just noted. But could you just run through those numbers you just mentioned again? It was 118.
Okay, I've got three IDs within the data set, 98, 109 and 118.
Okay. The only one that I can see that's in that vicinity would be the 118.
Right.
But that's okay. We'll keep moving. Thank you.
Is it convenient, Madam Chair, for me to stop sharing my screen? There's a few documents I need to look at.
Of course, yes, please do. Thank you. I'm going to move on to a different topic. So in relation to the impact on roads, I've heard that you're satisfied with the day one version of EMF, subject to some of the responses to questions this morning. In your report, so chapter 4.3.2.1, you talk about the impacts on Portland Nelson Road, and you mention it as a tourist route that you did talk to this morning as well, and you suggest a mitigation measure for retention of a buffer of plantation along the road edge. Following harvesting to assist with the screening and partial screening of views. So I've certainly heard this morning the day one changes to the EMF, specifically LVO2, that talk about the buffer in front of a quarry that may be better located in LVO3. So we'll see what the proponent comes back to us on that with. Yeah. My question for you is whether the purpose or the intention between your advice, did that just relate to the area in front of the quarry, or were you talking about a longer extent?
No, that was really just the quarry.
Okay. So the paragraph above, just to be 100% clear, does talk about the full 30-kilometre journey, doesn't actually hone in on the quarry, but that was your intent?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah. And you're suggesting it should be pine plantation, so retention of pine plantation in that section?
It was just that if it was existing vegetation, it means you've got an immediate visual variation measure. You don't need to wait for vegetation to grow. But it may well be that the preferred outcome is an earthed bund vegetated with native vegetation or indigenous vegetation. There are different ways you could approach it. One's immediate and one's more of a medium term. Yeah. Although obviously a bund you can make pretty quickly as well.
Do you have an idea of the approximate size that would be? Not the height of the bund, but just the buffer area itself?
Well, the buffer area of the pines we were assuming would need to be in the order of 30, so you had multiple trunks, one behind the other. Yeah. If you were using a visual bund with an assumed height of 3 metres and with like 1 and 2 side slopes which are planted, that's only something like 6 metres to 10 metres wide. So it could be narrowed down significantly, but I think in this case the width isn't an issue. There's plenty of land there, so you could go higher, wider, with more vegetation if you wanted to. Yeah.
And the length of that section?
The length of it in that location is just trying to find my quarry layer. Just bear with me. I think from memory, it's only in the order of 100 and something metres. It's not significant, but I will confirm that.
Thank you. And if, in terms of choosing the type of vegetation, I did have questions about if it was pine and retained pine, whether there would be any issues with longevity of the species, but you've mentioned that there may be alternatives. In considering planting native vegetation, or in determining what kind of vegetation it should be? What are the design considerations that would be at play?
If it was just a buffer of vegetation without a mound, you'd need to look at establishing multiple layers of vegetation. So, for example, a lower story, a middle story, and then an upper story. So you've got a continuation of visual filtering all the way up. And of course, when you get to the canopies, it doesn't matter. It's that bottom 4 meters that counts the most. So you'd be looking at shrubs up to 1.5 meters, 2 meters. Then another band of shrubs which are up to 4 meters behind that. And you'd probably just put the trees in there from an ecological perspective or a habitat restoration perspective to have them in there. And so the sorts of things you'd be looking for would be vegetation from that coastal provenance. So you'd be looking at maybe Leuca, what are we looking at? Melaleuca lanceolata, some of the Leuca dendrons, leucopogon.
That's okay. I won't get you through the list now. And are there any, we've obviously heard ecological evidence over the last few days. Are there any implications in terms of, I know that's not your area of expertise, but if it were to be preferred that it was native vegetation, are there any ecological implications, or would it need to be designed in consultation with it?
I mean, this is something we typically do on most projects. We document buffer vegetation. And apart from projects where we've had impacts of koalas, we've attracted koalas to the area and they've been hit by, particularly by cars. There are typically really no impacts. I mean, it's no worse than any other part of the roadside vegetation where the road goes through the national park.
Yeah. Thank you. Final question in relation to that section, or the road generally. You've talked about the transmission line and the 13 kilometres that's proposed to be overground through that section. And I understand that you're comfortable with that proposal, with it being overground?
In the context of the pine plantation, yes, given we're dealing with a highly disturbed, slightly production landscape.
In terms of visual impact and the role of that road and its as a tourist route, is there anything else that should be done to mitigate the impact of that?
Well, it would be. I mean, for example, what one could look at, planting of vegetation along the road edge in conjunction with the local road authority, but it's a significant length, and it's probably not really viable per se.
And in conjunction with that particular overhead use, I imagine there may be some design constraints.
Yeah. I mean, generally the actual clearing that the power line will run through is quite wide. So you could have vegetation offset from the edge of the running lane. So, for example, a consideration when you're planting adjacent to a road is you actually have bendable species within that zone. If you're dealing with like 12 meters of a 100-kilometre-hour road, they need to be offset from that. But then you could still maintain an offset from the power lines for safety purposes.
And final question in relation to that, in terms of visual impact assessment, is there a particular threshold that needs to be crossed that would put you, where you would recommend that it could be undergrounded, or that your preference would be that? Are there any circumstances where that would be?
I think the conditions, the landscape conditions, and the views to the power line are pretty consistent for the entire length. So I don't think you could probably pick out one particular location to mitigate the power line.
Yeah. Thank you. A couple more questions. LV0102 is documented in the EMF as relating to the design stage. It's been discussed this morning with Parks Victoria and the questions. I have a question as to whether it also relates to other stages of the project. So there's certainly, as it's written, do you have it in front of you?
No, I don't. No.
That's okay. So it's the one relating to the consultation with Parks Victoria and the Great South West Walk to investigate options for mitigating and minimising visual effects. And
Madam
then
Chair, I can share it if you'd like.
Thank you. That would be great.
LVO 1 as opposed to LVO
Oh, sorry,
2.
LVO1. Yes, thank you. My notes were incorrect.
So were there
So
other...
the question is really whether the intent of that mitigation measure, is it to take it through to implementation, or is the focus of that mitigation measure on the design stage only?
Typically, mitigation measures would go through till establishment of the vegetation. Yeah. In most other projects I've worked on where there's been a requirement to either do on-site or off-site mitigation, it's to effectively provide the labour and the materials to actually establish it or to install it, and then an ongoing maintenance program of a varying period of time, typically no more than 3 years maximum.
Thank you. And my final question, and then I'll hand you to Member Kirsch, who also has a question, relates to your evidence statement, Appendix C, where you've uploaded some Google Earth images.
Yes.
And I have read your evidence and I understand the context in which you've presented them to us. But I'm asking more generally, do you use that sort of information in actually determining the significance of a space and the values that people place on it? And are you suggesting the IIC should place any weight on those?
It's not a very scientific approach. What it does, though, is actually gives you an idea of visual preferences, what it is that people feel worthy of uploading to a site. And in the case that here there were a number of images uploaded, it was particularly interesting to see where the angle of view was. So, for example, the contention with the Portland wind farm was the primary views were along the coast and not inland. And that's, I guess, the contention here as well, is that the evidence shows that what people are bothering to post is showing that the views are along the coastline. They're of that interface. And this is what the landscape character studies show. It's what's of greatest interest is the active water-land interface. It's not an inland, dune field with some, stunted vegetation on it. It's that dynamic character of water and land, which is of the greatest interest.
Okay, thank you. Member Kirsch.
Thanks. Just one question, although it may have multiple parts, so just bear with me as I work through it. In your evidence report, you identified that there were 3 key public realm viewing sites, and they were the 3 most sensitive, and that's obviously the Walk, the Lake Monbion campground, and the Swan Lake campground. Just for the purposes of this question, we might focus on the Lake Monbion campground, given that we've discussed that and you've been questioned about that at length. If the IIC formed the view that the visual impact on the amenity, utility, enjoyment of that campground was unacceptable, and it didn't meet the evaluation objective, so in effect, the project wouldn't adequately minimise or manage the visual effect. It might then be open to the committee to form views or make recommendations about how those impacts might be addressed. And I'm just speculating now. So some of the possible approaches might be to impose a buffer, an increased buffer area. It might be to remove particular turbines. Might be to reconfigure the turbines that are used so they're of a different height, blade depth, whatever. Now, arguably, we wouldn't have enough information to hand at the moment to make those types of detailed recommendations. So my question is really, I suppose, firstly, have you given any thought to those types of measures to further address visual impact? And secondly, if we were to go down that path, what types of processes or considerations would be relevant to doing that assessment and developing a means of addressing that?
I guess the first question to consider is the overall impact of the project. I touched on it previously, evidence that the acceptability is something which actually needs to be considered as a whole. That, yeah, it may well be, we've identified that there's actually a high impact for that location. And it's something, I hate to flick it back to the committee, but it's something for the committee to consider the overall benefit. So I can say that there'll be 20 campers at any one time that will experience a high impact. Will or won't they keep going back to that spot once they know there's a wind turbine there? That's when it feeds into other ongoing benefits. What's the social impact, the socio-economic impact, etc. So all I can say to you is, as a committee, is that we've identified there's that number of viewers who will be impacted. They will experience a high impact. Whether that can be solved by removing all turbines within 5 kilometres, what's the flow-on effect of that? What's the net benefit? Yeah. So look, it's very challenging, but as to whether it's acceptable, I think as a whole, given the limited number of fixed long-term viewpoints in relation to residences, I think it's an acceptable impact. I can understand that anyone camping there, anyone that uses it on a regular basis, would find it an unacceptable impact.
We understand your evidence and your position. We certainly aren't challenging that by asking that question. It was just an opportunity to get you to expand or perhaps provide us with some advice about how we might proceed in the eventuality that we thought the impacts were unacceptable.
Yeah, look, I definitely think that the mitigation measures would help. I know the landscape setting that's there at the moment is a result of the coastal climatic conditions. So, for example, there's not a lot of taller vegetation there, but there is some evidence that there are some taller trees there. And it may be that these works can also improve the overall amenity of the campsite by introducing a little bit of shade as well as visual screening. So I think those mitigation works that could go beyond just the screening of the buffer to the establishment of some taller vegetation throughout the campsite as well. And also, of course, there could be screening, and it wouldn't need to be very heavy screening. It would just need to be something which actually filters the views on the approach road in as you come in across the elevated cleared pasture and you're looking down towards the site and across to the wind turbines. Those things could actually help the experience of the person arriving there as well.
Thanks. Mr. Wright, Mr. Chessel, I'm sure you understand the basis for the question, and it may well be appropriate that at some point the proponent addresses on what would be essentially a process issue for how we might deal with a finding about the acceptability of visual impacts.
You will have seen we've been taking detailed notes, Member Kirsch. We'll address that at the time that's appropriate.
And I just might restate, all of that was prefaced with the word if.
We understand.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Kirsch. So no further questions from the IAC.
Thank you, members. There's just 3 matters I'd like to take Mr. Hark to re-examination. The first of those matters, Mr. Hark, relates to one of the landscape character objectives for the SLO1. Do you recall you were asked a question by the chair about locally significant views? What I'd like to do is to share for you on screen the totality of that landscape character objective. You can see I've highlighted it in blue. I'm just going to read it out to you. What it says is that the objective to be achieved is to protect locally significant views and vistas to the ocean, the estuary, and other natural landforms, and from Nelson Portland Road, the walk, and other publicly accessible locations. I just invite you to observe where it says views to and from, and make any comments you would like to make about how you say that objective ought to be interpreted.
With regard to views to the ocean, in terms of the area of the SLO where it applies, the wind turbines do not impact on the vista to the ocean. They do not impose on the view to the estuary. I just did previously describe how from Portland Nelson Road, when one emerges from the pine plantation, how they are visually prominent, and in that location would result in a momentary high visual impact. But once again, it's the view from the road is to a pastoral landscape rather than the ocean in that case. The Great Southwest Walk, we've identified through the assessment process that views from the Great Southwest Walk in that location are primarily to the project are primarily screened by the higher dunes in that location, and the impacts back inland would be of a low to negligible to low nature.
Thank you, Mr. Hark. The next question relates to the questions that were asked of you in relation to the removal of turbines from with the SLO extent. I'd like to take you to two places in the EES documentation. The first is in the Appendix L itself, and you can see this is section 14.3, PDF page 162, and you can see I've highlighted in blue there, which you probably can't read.
Yeah, sorry.
Bear with me.
Hang on, should be able to share screen.
We're getting there, bear with me. Can you tell me if you can actually read that? If not, that I'll change the color of the highlight. What it refers to are two areas, A1 and A2 in the two highlighted paragraphs. If I then go forward to PDF page 168, you can see A1 and A2 on screen, which includes areas that are within the SLO1 extent. If I go back to the paragraphs, I'll just read it out to you. The first paragraph reads, the removal of around 10 turbines, I suspect it should say from area A1 to the north of Portland Nelson Road corridor, decreases the overall number of turbines within SLO1 and benefits offset from the lower Glenelg National Park and Glenelg River corridor. The removal of wind turbines from this location also reduces overall visual effect for dwellings and parts of the Nelson Township. Then it reads, in respect of area A2, the removal of around 17 turbines from area A2 also decreases the overall number of turbines within SLO1 and reduces overall visual effect for dwellings and parts of the Nelson Township. The removal of these turbines also increases offset from the ocean foreshore dunes and lakes. Just hold that in your mind. In chapter 4, this is chapter 4 of the EES. I should just show you what that one is. It's the project development chapter. On page 19, PDF page 19 of that document, there's a paragraph that you can see highlighted on screen, which I'll also read out to you. And it says, as shown in figure 4.6, the SLO intersects with an area of approximately 1,832 hectares in the western portion of the original wind farm site. Most of the turbines south of Portland Nelson Road within the SLO had already been removed or relocated due to biodiversity constraints, but an additional 4 turbines were moved due to the SLO1 to mitigate potential impacts to landscape character in the area, particularly from Nelson and the Discovery Bay coastline, including the walk. An additional 7 turbines were later removed from the SLO1 to the north of the Portland Nelson Road in response to a buffer around, that's the southern bent-wing bat roosting cave, being applied to minimise potential impacts on the bat. So the totality of that information suggests that there's a layering of reasons why the turbines were removed from the SLO1, including ecological constraints, buffer distances and the like. I just wondered if you have any comments about really the earlier questions about what's been taken out, what remains in the SLO1 by reference to that broader set of constraints.
I think it's interesting. I mean, the removal of the ones for the bat reasons has obviously, I think it's got some flow-on effects also from a visual perspective too, by actually moving them further to the east. No, beyond that, no real comments, Rob.
All right, thank you. And my final question relates to the buffer extent that you've recommended for the quarry. And I'll bring up the Google Earth image. And what you'll see on screen, I've only turned on the quarry footprint that you can see. And what I've done is add in, well, I'll do it live. So you can see it. It's a bit hard to see on that screen, but I'll try to get it closer. Bear with me for a moment. I'm really going to the length, Mr. Hark. And if I do that exercise roughly, it takes us to about 200 metres. I invite you to make any comments about that length and really if that's enough length.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the retained buffer length is about 100. So, for example, just measure, if you measure the pine tree section.
Here?
Yeah.
From that set, you tell me what you want me to do, if that's adequate.
Yeah,
if not,
yeah, roughly there, yes. Yeah.
Now,
Probably a bit under 100.
What I'm inviting you to observe is that the blue line is the quarry footprint. What I want you to answer is whether you think it's necessary to screen the totality of that length on the assumption that what you can see in the blue is what would be the quarry footprint.
It appears that the quarry footprint's actually in the road reserve in that location.
Just go with me.
Okay.
There's a previous version, if I can make it clearer. So there was an earlier iteration of the infrastructure.
Yeah. So is it required for the full length?
Which showed a slightly different, sorry, this is now all over the place, but bear with me, which showed a different extent for the quarry footprint, which you can see in the red outline here, if you follow the cursor. But that was clarified as being the incorrect footprint, and the blue or purple shaded area is what the footprint of the quarry would be. What I'm just asking for your evidence about is what extent you would say there ought to be a buffer for the quarry footprint as it runs along Portland Nelson Road. Should it be the full length of whatever the quarry footprint is?
It should be the full length.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the depth remains 30 metres or so, unless a bunds applies.
If there aren't any pines there, the depth could be narrower.
Okay.
It could come down to 10 and you'd achieve quite effective amelioration. That's on the assumption that, for example, the pines to the south of it.
In here?
Yep. Yeah, sorry. No, to the edge. So, for example, assuming that the actual quarry cuts into the pine plantation.
Yes.
The pines would be retained on that edge so that they block the approach view. And you'd also have some landscape coming from the north on the approach from that view, wrapping along that side.
Okay, so what you really would want, let's assume the quarry footprint is inside the boundary.
Yeah.
You want some screening that runs effectively along this length here.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. That's clear.
The edges just a bit. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Huck. That's all, Madam Chair. If Mr. Huck would please be excused.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Huck. And we're in your hands as to whether you'd like to have a break now, given we're changing, but I'm also happy to sit until 3:15. It's just gone 3 now. So, Mr. Chessel, I'll let you.
Why don't we have a break and we'll use the time to set the next witnesses up. I'm looking at the time. Look, it might be ambitious to think we'll get through the evidence this afternoon, but we can have a go and see where we get to.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll end up, I'm just thinking if we end up having a break now, back at 15:15, we've got an hour and a quarter.
Yeah.
Yes. And you're thinking 45 minutes?
I think around that probably. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I'll have a chat to the
Yes,
but
thank
I
you.
think
We
that's
certainly
about
won't be
right.
much over that in terms of the IAC questions. I think
Okay.
that's
Well,
realistic. 10-minute break. Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
do a 10-minute
Okay,
break. Thank
fantastic.
you. We'll see
Thank you.
everybody back soon. Thank you. Great, thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Just to introduce this topic, if I turn very quickly to this written submission, document 335, I'll just identify the relevant documents by reference to paragraph 2. So 335 is the submission.
Thank you.
We're obviously dealing now with Appendix V to the EES, which is the Bushfire Risk Assessment and Mitigation Plan, a plan prepared by Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor. The witness statement relevant to this topic is document number 54. We've made reference to Mr. Jennings' witness statement concerning aviation issues in particular. The fourth document we've noted is CFA design guidelines and model requirements for renewable energy facilities. That doesn't have a document number, and it may be that it hasn't been filed. We'll arrange for that to be put into evidence. And then we've made reference to the relevant provisions of the scheme. The one document that we haven't listed that I think we should have listed is document number 214. And document 214 is the plan that was prepared in response to a request made at the site inspection showing the bushfire history over time. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it demonstrates that this is a region that has over time been affected by bushfire. And you'll hear no dispute from us that this is a high risk environment from a bushfire perspective. The key question before you is whether, and if so, how, that risk can be properly managed in the context of this project. And our key proposition that we'll explore through evidence is, based on a detailed risk and science-based assessment, the proper conclusion is that the introduction of the facility into this environment will not increase the risk profile that presently exists. Indeed, there are opportunities to improve or to reduce risk posed by bushfire in this environment. Careful management is critically important here, and so we'll be placing an emphasis on ensuring that the mitigation measures are properly framed, and you'll hear some evidence about potential improvements that might be made to the day one version throughout the evidence this afternoon. The only other matter I wanted to mention before turning to the evidence of Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor is that in many respects, this proposal has similarities with the proposal that was considered relatively recently by a panel convened in respect of the Delburn wind farm. You'll see in the written work that we've set out certain parts of that panel's assessment, and I'll take you through that panel report in due course. That area, as you may or may not know, it was affected in 2009. That is shortly before what is known as Black Saturday. Both Mr. Taylor and Mr. Potter were actively involved in the response to that fire and can speak to that context and its similarity with this context. Of course, that is the other application for a application that was subsequently granted in respect of a wind farm within a plantation setting. So like this case, that plantation setting was within a high risk bushfire environment. So too is this one. And we'll be taking you to various aspects of that panel's assessment as it's relevant to matters that are raised in submission concerning this proposal. That's really all I want to say before we turn to the evidence. If you have document, I believe it was 54 open, you'll see the evidence statements of Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor. So what I'd like to do is formally introduce those witnesses. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Potter, do you have the camera on there? Yes, excellent. And do you have your microphone on?
Should be on now.
Excellent. We'll start with you, Mr. Potter. Would you please state your full name?
Mark Vincent Potter.
And where do you conduct your practice from, Mr. Potter?
From Glengarry, Victoria.
And you're employed by Fire Risk Consultants, is that right?
Correct.
What position do you hold?
I'm a risk and emergency planning lead.
And you prepared a witness statement for the purposes of this assessment committee process. Can you advise whether there's any corrections or modifications you'd like to make to that report?
At this stage.
I think we're just having a little bit of trouble hearing online, Mr. Potter. If you just sit a little closer to the microphone. I know they're slightly set back on the desk, so we'll let you know if it's working okay. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Potter, can you please describe your relevant qualifications and expertise as they concern the evidence you give this afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chessel. So my experience commenced with a 35-year career, both as a volunteer and an employee. I spent 16 years as an employee with CFA and worked in a range of areas, including brigade support, fire safety, including building, bushfire, waste management, a range of other expertises. And then I completed my service with CFA as the Regional Director of the Gippsland region in around 2016. Since that time, I've been working as a consultant and have worked on a number of projects, in particular wind farm, renewable energy projects across wind, solar and battery technologies. I've also served as been actively involved with the Fire Protection Association Australia and completed a 2-year stint as their national president last year, where I was actively involved in the development of policies at the national level and at the state level in relation to fire safety.
Thank you. Can you explain what role you played in preparing the technical appendix as part of this environmental effects statement as it concerns bushfire risk and impact?
So along with Mr. Taylor, we prepared that jointly. And in particular, we have specific expertise, if you like, to introduce, to bring to the table. And certainly my expertises relate to fire protection design options for the nacelles, landscape bushfire risk assessment, and supported Mr. Taylor through some of the other analysis work that he undertook.
Okay, thank you. Are the matters of fact set out within your report true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Sorry, I missed that.
Are the matters or statements of fact in your report correct?
That's correct, yes.
And are the opinions that you express in that report opinions that you genuinely hold?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, could you please state your full name?
Graham Kenneth Taylor.
And you're the founder, owner and managing director of Fire Risk Consultants, is that correct?
That is correct.
And from where do you conduct your practice?
We're based in Glengarry, Victoria.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Taylor, can you please provide a summary of your relevant qualifications and professional expertise as it concerns the evidence that you give today?
Certainly, Mr. Chessel. I was introduced into fire management in 1992 as a CFA volunteer. I joined the fire service essentially in 1997, working for the predecessor to the current DECA organisation in forestry and fire management in Western Victoria. I then had a brief stint working for the Department of Defence and its contractors in fire management activities on federally managed land here in Victoria and interstate. I then went back to the department in 2008, where I was appointed directly as a fire management officer in Eastern Victoria, responsible for about 1 million hectares of public land, essentially Mount Hotham all the way down through the foothills to the coast at Yarram and Port Albert. Since 2016, when I decided to leave the department, I've been heavily involved in setting up fire risk consultants in our operations. We work across the industry, working with our clients in asset design, asset protection, managing fire risk and other attributes of emergency management. We work across Australia. Renewable energy, as Mr. Potter's indicated, is a large part of our portfolio. To date, I think we've worked on nearly 50 renewable energy projects across Australia, including, I understand, about 20 or 25 wind farms. And we're still continuing to work with clients currently on lowering their risk profile related to bushfire risk and emergency management.
One of the issues that arises for consideration in this case is the impact that the proposal would have on the deployment of aviation resources, that is firefighting resources. What experience do you have in respect of the deployment and management of those types of resources?
My experience related to aviation fire suppression, I suppose could be categorised as twofold. One, as a senior fireground leader, either in a crew leader or divisional commander type role, managing the on-ground fire suppression operations, talking to the pilots and air attack supervisors, tasking the aircraft and deciding on the strategy, and also as an incident controller, being part of an incident management team or leading an incident management team where we've requested aircraft, tasked and directed aircraft and developed fire control strategies involving aircraft. So I've got several hundred hours of managing these aerial assets. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, are the matters of fact that set out in your report true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And are the opinions you express in the report opinions that you hold?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, you've prepared a joint presentation for the purposes of giving your evidence today. Are you able to share your screen and display that presentation, please? See if they need something. There we go. Thank you. Well, I'll invite you to please walk through your presentation, focusing on what you consider to be the key issues that arise for consideration here.
Thank you, Mr. Chessel. Madam Chair's happy we'll share the presentation based on our areas of expertise.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The first part of the presentation is essentially where we talk about bushfire risk. We wanted to try and give a explanation of what the agency sees as the industry sees as our definition of risk. What is bushfire risk? So essentially comes down to likelihood and consequence related to bushfire risk, but it's the probability of a bushfire starting and spreading. And it's also used to describe the likelihood of an asset such as a building being damaged or destroyed by a bushfire. Assets, we talk broadly, critical infrastructure, power stations, plantations, farms, agricultural operations. It's quite an extensive list. Thanks, Mr. Bonner. As Mr. Chessel mentioned, we do acknowledge that fire risk is present and bushfire risk is an annual threat in southeastern Australia. Globally, southeastern Australia is one of the three most fire-prone areas in the world. We share that unfortunate ranking with California, particularly Southern California, and also the French Riviera. And all three geographic areas face an annual fire threat based on their season. The next slide just details some bushfire events. The one on the left is a pilot just about to undertake a firebombing operation on a fire. On the right is the top right is a fire spreading freely through local landscape. That's coastal forest, and the bottom image is where a road, essentially a fuel reduced corridor, has actually actively stopped the spread of a fire. As we mentioned, bushfire risk is not only shared by South East Australia, but it's felt globally. And globally, the factors that drive bushfire intensity and the way a fire spreads and how it spreads is dependent essentially on these three groupings, these three factors. So we talk about fuel, twigs, bark, leaves, grass, and pine needles, and we've got some photos of what fuel complexes look like a little bit further into the presentation. Topography, hills, valleys, slope, and aspect. We acknowledge that the side of the proposed development is reasonably flat, or what we call, considerably lacking topography, but topography does have an impact on fire behaviour. And as the slope increases in topography, so does the rate of spread. So that's important to keep in mind. And when we start to talk about fire spread models, and of course weather. So southeastern Australia is particularly fire prone based on a particular weather pattern. That weather pattern, as you'd probably all be aware, is a high sitting over its northwesterly winds funneling down across Victoria. And then that is then followed by a vigorous southwesterly wind change. From a fire point of view, weather is the one that drives a lot of our bigger fires when they become essentially weather driven. And the scenario of the northwesterly winds and the southwesterly change is felt to varying degrees every 5 danger period across Victoria and also southwestern Australia. Interestingly, out of these three, the only one that we can really affect from a bushfire management point of view, a practitioner's point of view, is fuel. And we will talk about it in our presentation how important fuel management is from a bushfire prevention point of view. Thanks, Mr. Potter. These are just some common types of bushfire fuel. I'm sure you've all seen them in your travels across Victoria. The top left is a mulch break that's been put in adjacent to a plantation. The bottom left is a existing blue gum plantation, which is about 18 years old. So as you can see, quite straight, tall poles with very little branches, but a fair bit of fuel on the ground, what we call surface fuel. The top right image is a forest setting adjacent to an agricultural operation in Western Victoria. And you can see where the grassland essentially meets the forest. And then the bottom right is just a grassland event that was done as part of a planned burn. So I'll hand over to Mr. Potter.
Thank you. So getting into, I suppose, the analysis, and obviously as Mr. Taylor outlined, the way bushfires burn is important to inform the analysis that we undertake, but also the regulatory framework that relates to the assessment we've undertaken. And certainly the Glenelg planning scheme has a couple of sections that are quite critical to the assessment of bushfire risk and are reflected across other parts of the state as well. The first one is 13021S, which is around strengthening the resilience of settlements and communities to bushfire. So it's critical that I think there's 3 triggers to consider bushfire risk under 13021S. That's if it's in the BPA, the bushfire prone area, I should say, the bushfire management overlay, or if the development is going to increase risk. So due to the fact that it's a large portion of the development is sitting within the bushfire management overlay, obviously triggered the need to undertake that assessment, which we've included within our report. Clause 52.32 does include a reference to the analysis of bushfire risks in the surrounding area. So we certainly utilise clause 1302 to undertake that analysis, but we acknowledge there's other provisions. And then clause 4406, which is the detail within the bushfire management overlay that also provides guidance and direction in terms of how we would undertake those assessments within this project. Just wanted to flag that a bit like the fact that we acknowledge that we're in an extreme bushfire risk area. We're not denying that. We acknowledge that. And as we've said, a large portion of southeastern Australia is in that sort of risk environment. But what we also do know is that we have also had wind farm fires or wind turbine fires, which is this diagram is aimed at addressing. I will kick off. This is it can be a little bit challenging pulling some of this data together. So as I've noted down the bottom, it is about various media reports and operators' information that we source the data from to provide us with a bit of an indication about what sort of wind farm fire events have occurred. Most recent being a few weeks ago at Joel near Storm. We're at the Bulgana Power Hub. There was a fire experienced the 28th of May, which destroyed the nacelle and caused a blade to fall. And then we've also had others. There's one at Portland, which I think was last year, and it resulted in again the nacelle being destroyed and a blade falling to the ground. We've also had Kentbruck and then a couple other fires, one in South Australia and one in New South Wales. And as I said, this is by no means exhaustive, but it's just to give a bit of an indication of some of the events that have occurred that obviously is influencing, in particular when we talk about the CFA guidelines, the types of conditions they do. One of the things I will flag is that, and again, we're relying on information being provided through various sources, but one of the things that we are getting a sense of, apart from one fire where we understand there may have been a smoke detection system in there, but one of the understandings we do have is that the fire safety systems within the nacelle on wind farms that are dated is largely non-existent. And certainly when I talk through a few more slides, the fire safety design of nacelles, certainly our expectation, our understanding is that the majority of these, if not all of them, didn't have those systems. And we've also seen other advancements in low flammable, low combustible oils, fuels and other practices that we're now starting to see within the design of modern wind turbines that we certainly would have experienced in when these types of wind farms or turbines were installed. Also just flag that as with all of these projects, we and to meet the CFA guideline requirements, but also just to ensure that we are working through a process where we've got comfort from, in particular, CFA, as this project is within the CFA footprint. And as with any renewable energy project, we have a strong obligation and a requirement to engage effectively with CFA to ensure that they are aware of the project and have an opportunity to contribute to the analysis of risk or the development of mitigation solutions that may be required for a particular risk scenario. We certainly engage with CFA. We've received positive feedback from CFA over time, and certainly our witness statement includes some further discussions with CFA post their submission to the IAC. And we've addressed a number of those comments they've made as well within that submission. I do have an obligation to inform you that last week CFA did reach out to us and indicated, due to the fire events that I listed, or some of those fire events, that they've started to consider the separation between the base of the turbine and the plantation. And you'll see that one of our key fire safety solutions is the management, or removal, I should say, of all vegetation from 50 metres around the base of the turbine. CFA within their guideline do have a statement. It's not what we call a model principle. That's not flagged as in our view, a mandatory requirement, but they certainly do allude to consideration in plantation or forested environments. Consideration be given to managing vegetation to the blade width. So I think on this project, we're talking up to 90 metres. So at this stage, we've proposed 50 metres. We've met with CFA and had further detailed discussions as late as this week to continue that, or last week I should say, to continue that discussion, and we'll continue to meet with them to further understand their concerns, and also how we can assure them that there is a level of safety there that's far in excess of what their CFA guideline requires. And as we work through the fire siege design today, just as an example that, I've listed at the third dot point there that we've installed a 50-metre vegetation-free zone around the turbine, which, as we said, will be vegetation-free and will maintain vegetation-free. The CFA guidelines propose that vegetation be managed to a maximum of 100 mil during the fire danger period. So there will still be grass or vegetation during the fire danger period for potentially up to 90 metres. So it's just as an example of where we've increased the obligations on the operator to remove all vegetation, and we believe that there's some equivalency in there, and plus some other types of systems that we've also proposed. Some of the other solutions that we've also suggested to CFA that are in excess of their guidelines. In our witness statement, we included a diagram and some details around the existing landscape camera system that is operated by the Green Triangle network. There is an area to the southeast of the proposed wind farm location. The northwestern aspect is already covered by that existing network, and certainly the proponent has agreed to include an additional camera or cameras to ensure that the wind farm is covered by that network. The network, we've met with Green Triangle, and certainly the performance of that system is exceptional, and we're certainly they're recording some significant increases in or reductions, I should say, in time taken to respond to fires to be reported and then to respond to that.
How important is early detection in a successful response to risks of this type?
Sorry, I missed that.
How important is early detection in a successful response to the risk posed by bushfire?
So for this type of location, critical. So this network has been in place now for, I think, a couple of years within that Green Triangle network. And one of the fundamental issues in that part of the world is the ability to identify or notice a fire. It's remote. There are large tracts of land that are not regularly attended to or visited by people who we know we need to have that occur to be able to alert 000 and the fire brigade. There are some fire towers operated by Forest Fire Management Victoria, but they're sporadic. This system is largely given almost 100% coverage. The system is, I know it's a buzz term, but it has the AI algorithm in it, so it's constantly learning, and so they are able to commence eliminating areas, might be dust, and other types of false alarms to ensure that when it is activated, it is a legitimate concern during the fire danger period that would result in a response. So certainly the feedback we've got is that they're able to, in particular the Green Triangle, the plantation companies, responding far quicker than historically to fires in that area.
Thank you.
We've also a range of other solutions. We'll talk in detail about detection and suppression systems within an RCL, lightning dissipators, and also a number of obligations on the operator in relation to when they do works, both during construction and then into operational phases, because as we know, people generally cause fires or are contributing to the cause of a fire. So if we eliminate people from various locations, then we generally can reduce that risk significantly, but also to appropriate training and also retaining some equipment on board. As part of the assessment, we also undertook the existing conditions assessment, and Mr. Chesnell informed you about one of those aspects is obviously the bushfire history, and you can see that there's a number of polygons on that map. I will flag that the largest polygon, the light blue colour, is 1939 Black Friday. So we have included all of the data that the state government has, and that's why there's such a large part of that landscape. There is also fuel reduction burn activity on that map as well. That also indicates the understanding of that level of risk and certainly the need to undertake certain fuel reduction burning activities in and around that landscape as well, over a lengthy period of time. we are aware, as we'd expect, and that obviously is an indicator that that's just picking up the larger fires. But we're certainly acknowledging that there are other ignitions that are either extinguished quickly or before the fire is able to take off or expand. And then also we have a number of municipal and state-based plans that clearly articulate the bushfire risk that's present in that landscape. And, our view would be we can see with some of the photos and some of the, if you drive some of those roads, there are some significant setbacks, vegetation from the roadside, and a large portion of those, the justification for those would be to eliminate the potential for fire to spread into the plantations from the road. In the CFA guideline, and I'll talk about that in a bit further detail, but the CFA guideline provides some quite detailed requirements, and so the term risk management plan, you can call it a fire risk management plan, we can call it a bushfire risk management plan, but certainly the terminology is consistent with the CFA guidelines, and that's their preference as we work through the assessment process, and that's consistent with all of the other renewable energy projects that we worked on in Victoria. I indicated 13021S was a key part of the planning scheme that we've utilised to consider, and as we've identified hazards associated with in relation to bushfire risk, and certainly including bushfire risk during construction, obviously during operations, both turbine fires and transmission lines, and then also an external bushfire impacting on the site. I should just flag that whilst we've indicated external bushfire impacting on the site, when we talk about transmission lines and turbine fires, that is very much driven by fire safety systems and design that is at all costs attempting to limit the spread of fire from beyond the plantation. So certainly that's a key driver in our decision making. Within our report, we've addressed clause 1302. There's a need to consider the landscape risk, and certainly that's a bit crude, the photo that I've got there, but we can certainly see that there's no stopping fires burning up to the wind farm from potentially beyond 20 kilometres. It is an area that is heavily dominated by plantations mixed with native forest, and we can see that historically that's been indicated where we're seeing fires travel some distance in those landscapes due to the inability to access them by firefighters, so they can get fairly large. We did assess the wind farm, the project against the bushfire planning response and settlement planning objectives. And whilst we acknowledge they didn't all relate to wind farm development, we still continue through that process to assess those. We also use the CFA guidelines. CFA guidelines have been out for a number of years now, and are quite, I suppose, have a mix of a performance structure, if you like. They have a range of principles up the front, several model requirements that you need to then comply with, but could also be argued as quite prescriptive requirements, and then provides a range of text that allows you to consider that if you can't meet a particular model requirement, then you've got the ability to discuss with CFA about some alternative design solutions. The result of that assessment came up with a number of recommendations across planning, design, siting, and construction for that we outlined within our original report.
As part of our report and mitigation plan, we've developed a series of recommendations based off the risk assessment, and we've endeavoured to come up with those best practice design solutions, but also some general risk treatment strategies. So, as Mr. Chessel, I think, mentioned, fire ignition management is critical to ensure no increased risk occurs with the introduction of the wind farm. We know from a fire ignition management point of view that if we can stop a fire occurring, that's essentially a fire that agencies don't have to deal with and the wind farm operators don't have to deal with. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in terms of the specific nacelle design and detection systems and suppression systems that are now available in nacelles that weren't available 10 years ago. But getting the ignition likelihood down to almost zero is a key consideration with this project. Intensive plantation fragmentation is useful in limiting bushfire spread at the lower fire danger days. We're talking about the normal summer days, not the bad blow-up days, and creating opportunities to suppress fires early. We've had plantations in this state for over 100 years, and very early on, initially the government and then private plantation owners have worked out that if you fragment your plantation and if you break it up into logical land management units based off the topography, the vegetation and surrounding roads and assets, you can actually reduce the spread of a bushfire, i.e. a fire starts in Block A, you don't allow it to spread to Block B because you've got a road between Block A and Block B. So we've had several days on site over the last 5 years in the Kentbruck footprint. I've got to say, from a ex-land manager point of view, the plantation is very, very well managed. It's being managed for the production of essentially, saw log building timber. Really good roads and tracks, good access, and good on-ground fire mitigation activities are already occurring. And there's things like new road construction and other things which will complement the existing plantation. We've mentioned smoke and fire detection and suppression systems. We have had, over the last 3 years, extensive meetings with the nacelle suppliers, of which there's 2 main ones in Australia. We've managed to coordinate the European and Victorian time lag and have meetings with them to discuss fire system design, smart engineering. Mr. Potter mentioned flammability of fuel and lubricants, electrical componentry, and also the mechanics of how the performance of the nacelle is now being managed and monitored, which means that when smoke is detected in the nacelle, there's an opportunity to shut that nacelle down straight away and move into a suppression agent activation phase, which we'll talk about. The big one is sufficient separation between the infrastructure facilities and the vegetation. So Mr. Potter's mentioned the 50-metre asset protection zone, which exceeds the requirements of the CFA guideline. We know that in Australia, if you have a separation distance between essentially what is the bush edge, the forest edge, and the asset, now the asset could be a house, it could be a water pumping station, it could be a school, a kindergarten, or a wind turbine base, we know that if you have separation distance from that forest edge up against the asset, you dramatically increase that asset's survivability during a fire. So structures are lost when they have forest or heavy fuels right up against that asset. So there's an opportunity here to implement an asset protection zone, as we've said, a sterile ground essentially within that 50-metre zone to make sure that that asset has its best chance of survival, but also should a fire occur within that asset, that fire is contained within that footprint of that asset protection zone and it doesn't spread to the surrounding plantation. And we've just got one in there about emergency management planning and fire management planning. Part of our work in the industry is once the wind farms are approved, is to actually work with the proponent on what does the fire management plan look like for the site now that's in operation. Operation might be 35 years. We work with emergency management planning. What happens if there's a fire? What's the response going to be? How CFA and the local brigades are familiar with the facility and all the flow and effects of what is considered best practice emergency management. I'll just quickly fly through these because I'm conscious of time, but we've mentioned suppression and detection. We've mentioned asset protection zones. Modern monitoring technology, particularly the SCADA system, which we can talk about in detail if required, essentially allows wind farm operators to shut down a turbine with either a fault or essentially if it's required to be shut down for a fire nearby, almost instantaneously. So within 30 seconds to a minute, via SCADA activation, a wind farm operator can use their mobile phone to shut a turbine down and lock a turbine in place. So it's important because if firefighting aircraft have to access a fire on the other side of a wind farm, say on private property and agricultural operation, and they have to fly through that wind farm, they don't want to be flying through a wind farm which has the turbine spinning, so the turbines will be locked in place. We mentioned about improved access roads. There are new roads that are proposed in this landscape. Wind farm construction requires laydown yards. It requires the turbine base to be engineered, steelworks, concrete fixings. All this relates to cleared area, and all this relates to a lack of bushfire fuel available in that area. And the roads that will be constructed will be further fuel reduced zones and also control lines for any fire that occurs. Normally in these type of events, the first operators on site will be the wind farm operators. They're monitoring the system. So we've actually recommended in our report to the proponent that the wind farm staff are actually trained in firefighting and actually have fire attack resources suitable for bushfire suppression on their vehicles. So that's a positive step forward, because as we've mentioned, they may be the first people on site. 24/7 monitoring. The last couple of fires we've had on within nacelles in Victoria have all happened in the early hours, but it's important that those system faults can be monitored and actioned and rectified. There's already significant static water supplies provided across the project through the plantation fire management plans. Large concrete tanks that were installed, some are up to 100,000 litres, and are used regularly for training and planned burning fire suppression, but they're being maintained. There's an opportunity to tie those into the wind farm management. And Mr. Potter's mentioned about the AI technology. We've seen this used effectively on every site. The most important thing is that 10 years ago, when we put cameras on masts and cameras on Telstra towers and other things, we didn't have the AI technology that sits at the back of it. So I'm quite skeptical of AI anyway, but I've seen these algorithms on these fire detection cameras decide that a farmer spreading super in his paddock is not smoke. A truck driving along the road causing a dust plume is not smoke. The AI algorithm is advanced enough, and as Mr. Potter indicated, is learning quickly enough to actually decide the difference between smoke and dust, which is pretty incredible from a fire point of view. Because as an ex-fire manager with the Victorian government, we regularly responded aircraft and ground resources to fires reported by fire towers that turned out to be dust from a logging operation. So it does happen, and hopefully the AI technology with the cameras will reduce that.
So just in the context of the fire safety design within the nacelle, so we acknowledge the nacelle is a key ignition point. It has electrical equipment, it has bearings, it has all those things, moving parts that we know that in any equipment that has that sort of equipment or infrastructure can be a fire ignition risk. So the image we've got is just a file image. There's the same with cars. There's a number of different designs and ways that the industry pulls together a nacelle, but nonetheless, they're generally consistent in a range of areas. The two things I'll just quickly touch on is around the preventative maintenance and the preventative notification systems that these modern nacelles will actually have in place. They will have sensors, they do. They have sensors on a range of points around the turbine, around the electrical cabinetry and componentry, around the moving parts that are designed to detect increased temperature, and also to detect vibration, which, as we know, are two key sort of influences when we start to see those issues. That's when we start to get concerned about ignition. So there's certainly a strong preventative focus to ensure that we have alerts sent back 24/7 to the operators to know that there's a fault here. We can start to make some decisions about shutdown or arrange for people to get up and have a look. The second part is just, we talked about the detection and suppression systems. One of the things that we're learning is the old nacelles in the early days were very much reliant on air blowing through the nacelle. So it was very difficult to get a detection and suppression system to operate. But certainly now modern nacelle design is that the detection systems, being smoke or heat, are generally out inside the nacelle, so we're getting far better detection capabilities. The suppression systems, which generally relies on a gas suppression type system, so similar to what you might see within a server room. That type of infrastructure is still very much focused on the electrical cabinetry, so it relies on the need to contain the gas within those areas. But of course, they've been identified as those high-risk locations.
Before you move on from that slide, earlier in the presentation, you had a table concerning other fire events in turbines situated around Victoria. You did make this point, but I want to make sure it's clear, having regard to the information in this slide. To the best of your knowledge, to what extent did the turbines involved in those events include suppression systems of the type that you've described here?
Yeah, so our understanding is that none of them did. And again, we're relying on discussions and our networks, but at this stage, we're not aware of any of those having suppression systems, no.
And to what extent does the inclusion of a suppression system of this type in a turbine, that is within the nacelle, reduce the risk profile of ignition or the likelihood of ignition, in your view?
Yeah, so it'd be hard to put a percentage or a figure on it, but certainly we know that the electrical componentry is the high risk element within these units, in addition to the turbine itself and the presence of oils and lubricants and those sorts of things. But again, there's various design features within that aspect that is about air tightness and limiting oxygen to get into some of those places. Certainly the cabinetry and the electrical componentry, including the transformer, is renowned to be a location where we can have fire events occurring, whether it's arc flash or a range of other types of causes, degradation over time, could be anything. And certainly where we see that the combustible elements within those areas is the plastic. Is largely the plastics, whether it be the wire coatings or the particular piece of equipment in there. And the gas suppression system is designed to detect smoke and to detect heat, activate, and then there are certain requirements for those gas suppression systems depending on the system, but it could be a 30-minute hang time where the gas is required to hang in the cabinet to ensure that there's no further fire activity that might occur. So that might be 10 minutes, might be half an hour, just depends on the design specifications that occur based on the level of risk.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question of clarification at that point? Are those types of systems, can they be used and installed in any nacelle, or are some coming with it as part of the product design, or is it actually able to be fitted to any?
So certainly our experience is the industry still for gas suppression systems is it's an optional extra. We were informed recently that there hasn't been a wind turbine in Australia for the last, I think, 3 or 4 years that has not arrived without a gas suppression system. So it's very much an Australian thing that you will have a gas suppression system and a smoke detection system in every nacelle. So yes. So the answer is yes. That's quite a common occurrence these days.
Thank you.
And what discussions inform that view?
So the most recent discussion was with a company called Vestas, who are one of the manufacturers. As Mr. Taylor indicated, we've spoken to a couple of different companies over the last few years, but certainly the most recent discussion was with Vestas, who are one of the largest suppliers in Australia, and certainly had that confirmed that they certainly hadn't supplied a turbine in Australia for some years without gas suppression systems.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things we hear regularly from community and other stakeholders, and certainly this was borne out in some of the feedback and the submissions that we received, which we've had a chance to review as part of our expert witness statement, was that aircraft can't bomb around wind farms. The view in some parts of the community is that aircraft can't work around the wind turbine. We can categorically state that is incorrect, and we both have experience managing fires around wind turbine infrastructure, both here in Victoria and interstate. So very briefly, and I'm happy to go into this with further questioning. But very briefly, the pilots, the men and women we have as firebombing pilots here in Victoria are amongst the best in the world. So they're a combination of local pilots which follow the fire seasons around the world, but we also bring in several international pilots to support our own firebombing capability. Pilots regularly fly around aerial obstacles, and for anyone that's flown in either a rotary, a helicopter, or a fixed-wing aircraft at low altitude, there is a huge amount of aerial obstacles that you've got to navigate around. Everyone's got a mobile phone. There's mobile phone towers going up all the time. Transmission lines that zigzag across our state. Met masts, aeronautical assets. Pretty much every hill in this state has something on it. So that is also exacerbated when we get into eastern and northeastern Victoria, where not only are they operating at low altitude, but it's also large trees that have died, and particularly mountain ash and other species, which could be 60 or 70 metres tall, which also form another asset. So my point on that is that pilots are very skilled at operating around these type of assets. We agree that there is more assets being introduced into the environment, so that will require pilots to still have that level of diligence. But planes and helicopters operate every year on fires around wind farms across Australia, most of which are obviously fires that come from outside the wind farm in an agricultural setting, considering that most of these are in grassland. When a pilot is on approach to a fire, that they will be responding to several cues. Now, the most obvious cue is what we call the visual cue, which is what they can see with their own eyes and what they can experience. They're also getting information relayed to them via a controlling aircraft. We call that an air attack supervisor. So that aircraft sits above the firebombing operation and is essentially what we would call the crossing guard, the coordinator. And they're also responding to all the cues that are coming from the aircraft in terms of operating range, power, engine temperature, atmospheric stability, and everything else that the aircraft's contending with. So wind turbines that are locked in a position, and the international standard for a fire around a wind turbine is to lock it in the Y position. So we call that the bunny ears position, the V position. So two turbines up in the air, one at 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, one at 11 o'clock, and the other one at 6 o'clock. That allows the pilots a certain amount of certainty that they can work close to that asset. And as they enter these wind farms for fires, they're actually looking for those wind turbines to be locked in place. So I won't go into the idiosyncrasies of different types of aircraft, but Victoria in any one season has about 70 aircraft on contract. It's a combination of rotary, so helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft. It's a pretty even split between half and half. All of these aircraft are capable at offering fire suppression around wind farms or other large aerial obstacles. I will point out that the pilot is essentially the captain of the ship, and no one will ever go against what a pilot wants. So there's certainly been times in my career where I've asked helicopters, can you have a crack at doing something? Can you try something here? Can you get into that area? We've got houses under threat. Can you see what you can do? And they've come back over the radio and said, look, right now it's not safe. We can't see through the smoke. The fire's too intense, or for whatever reason, they don't feel comfortable. Now, no one will ever go against the pilot, and what the pilot wants is what they get. So I just want to be perfectly clear with the committee, and we can explore this further in our evidence, but these pilots, these men and women, operate across the world around these environments all the time and do it safely. So,
my only follow-up question in this regard concerns the extent to which guidance issued by the CFA or by National Fire Emergency Services recognise the capacity for aerial assets to be deployed in this way in and around wind farms.
Thanks, Mr. Chessel. Federally, the Australian Fire Authorities Council, AFAC, as they're referred to, which is made up of all the member fire agencies across Australia, they acknowledge that with a due diligence risk assessment conducted by the pilot that firefighting can occur around wind farms. And also the state doctrine, which we possess here in Victoria, South Australia and other states, also indicate that firebombing around wind farms is supported as long as the dynamic risk assessment is complete.
Are there minimum separation distances promoted to address this issue?
There is nominal distances applied against turbines, but my experience is, Mr. Chessel, that pilots use that as a guide, but they will go where the fire is, where it's safe to operate. And in some instances, that includes operating right within the asset protection zone.
The committee has before it a witness statement prepared by Mr. Grant Piper. Have you had an opportunity to review that witness statement as it concerns the impacts of proposals of this type on aerial firefighting?
I have, Mr. Chessel, I have reviewed that statement, yep.
In that statement, Mr. Piper expresses the view that the guidance issued by the National Council for Fire and Emergency Services is unsound, citing in particular the example of the Waterloo wind plantation and the fire that occurred in respect of that facility as being, in Mr. Piper's words, a outcome that was almost too good to be true in terms of the perfect deployment of the relevant assets. What do you say as to the capacity to effectively implement or deploy aerial firefighting assets in contexts like this? That is, were this proposal to be approved and were the facility to be constructed, what is your view practically about the capacity to deploy aerial firefighting services in the event of a fire event?
We've assessed this at length, and our opinion is that this wind farm, the proposed development, will not impede aerial firefighting within the Kentbruck area and surrounding districts. We've looked at the surrounding aviation fleet in terms of the type of aircraft that are available out of air bases that are around the site and broadly speaking in Western Victoria. And we see no impediment to those aircraft being used and tasked in accordance with the specific agency procedures, which will allow them to operate safely.
Okay, thank you.
The next slide is about compliance, and as I think Mr. Potter mentioned, this area would be considered remote. Some parts of this plantation estate would be considered remote in terms of the Victorian landscape. An important part of fire preparedness and certainly from a prevention point of view is what we generally refer to as compliance. So we've gone to great lengths, including meeting with the plantation owners in Mount Gambier to understand what they do annually as a conglomerate of plantation owners to coordinate compliance activities across the plantation. So we are aware, for example, that they run coordinated patrols. So the plantation companies, during the fire danger period on weekends, after hours activity, they put people out in the plantation in marked and unmarked vehicles for patrolling activities. And that's purely about having a presence there and trying to deter, bad activity. Forest fire management and Parks Victoria, as the surrounding land managers for the Lower Glenelg National Park in Kabobini, and also the coastal park, that they regularly put people out in the field patrolling. They're looking for illegal activity, rubbish dumping, illegal hunting, but also fire presence. And we also know in our discussions with the plantation owners that there has been targeted Victoria Police operations under the Crimes Act to target poor behaviour. And one of those poor behaviours has been the dumping and torching of cars people steal a car in South Australia, bring it into Victoria and torch it. Now, that's of interest to us because that stolen car that's set on fire is, of course, an ignition source within the plantation, and under the right conditions could lead to a plantation fire. So fire prevention is occurring in terms of the plantation. We're reasonably comfortable it's coordinated. It's important in a state like this to have it coordinated. You just don't send people out. It's coordinated, and it's also achieving, from a fire likelihood point of view, a reduction in risk because there's an on-ground presence there in the plantations. So, and this type of coordinated activity is not done everywhere in Victoria, but we think in the southwest of Victoria and the lower southeast of South Australia, within the plantation environment, the Green Triangle, it's actually been done very well.
So the just I suppose starting to conclude our presentation. So just as an outcome of the assessment, as we've talked through, we've identified significant bushfire risk mitigation outcomes, and we've talked about those at length. But I think one of the things that, as Mr. Taylor indicated, is that development such as this in pine plantations does create a significant fragmentation opportunity. And there's an existing risk there today, but certainly through the asset protection zones around the turbines, the additional access tracks and access roads, we're actually further breaking up the plantation, which is of significant benefit in any future bushfire activity that might be occurring in that space. We've talked about the APZs. We've talked about extensive policies, procedures that would be required, and then also best practice fire protection systems within the nacelle. As we've indicated, we acknowledge that as a key ignition source that needs to be managed effectively. The final one, and I might just go to the next slide, and then I think I could talk through the fire management plan, the emergency management plan sort of concept at that time. So we've also been requested to consider the EMF Day 1 version. And there are certainly a number of clauses in there that relate to the management of fire risk or bushfire risk. And we've certainly reviewed those. I just want to be very clear that all of the mitigation controls and recommendations that we included in our original assessment that was displayed, but also I think the additional recommendation within our expert witness statement around the additional cameras within the AI smoke detection system have been incorporated within the EMF, and they exist there. However, we are I suppose, just making a suggestion that to better align with the CFA guideline, and the CFA guideline does have a documentation structure about at the top is the risk management plan. It's the assessment. It's the thing that you do about work your way through what the risk is, and then develop mitigation solutions to offset that risk and assess the effectiveness of those solutions. We then work into the fire management plan, and the best way to describe the fire management plan in the context of the CFA guidelines is it's almost the fire maintenance manual. It's the document that will become an internal policy or internal procedure for the operator, and it is the one that drags all of those requirements out of the risk management plan and then outlines how you're going to maintain those over the life of the project. And that's certainly the purpose of the fire management plan. And then the emergency management plan, we've recognised the criticality of structuring this for both construction and operations. And the reason why we tease out construction, which is in place, I should add, within the EMF to some extent, is we need to acknowledge that construction is where the ignition risk really sits. That's where the people are on the ground. And as we said, people, unfortunately, are usually contributing to ignitions. And certainly we, through the risk management plan, acknowledge that construction phase is the critical part of the entire project, or the most dangerous part of the project. So we've just suggested that there is an opportunity to reshuffle the requirements to better align with the CFA guideline, and that then allows an ongoing operation of those documents as procedures.
And that reshuffling, if I understand correctly, is to better group the relevant mitigation measures by reference to the different types of plans that would be required to be prepared. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And I think that draws us to a close.
Okay. Just one final matter. You mentioned the particular approach that has been taken to manage vegetation in the proximity of the turbines, and how in this instance a 50-metre or an area with a 50-metre radius around the base of each turbine has been selected. You also explained how the measure proposed here is no vegetation within that area as opposed to what otherwise might be considered vegetation management within the meaning of the guidelines, that is some degree of vegetation within the area. Just so we're clear, can you explain why it is you're satisfied with that design response as part of the broader suite of responses as being appropriate in the context of this proposal and this particular setting?
Yeah, so I think the key difference between the two scenarios you gave, if we start with that, is when we specified the 50-metre pretty much bare earth, brush rock, call it what you like, or whatever the operator chooses to lay on that surface, but it's vegetation free. So there is no weeds, there's no grassed areas. It is a 50-metre bare earth scenario. So there is no potential whatsoever for fire to travel across that 50-metre area, 50-metre radius area. If we allowed grass to be there, then that becomes an increased, I suppose there's already a maintenance regime to manage weed invasion or vegetation growth within that area anyway, and that's an ongoing requirement. But if there was grassed areas, then the guideline does talk about a maximum length of 100 mil. There might be an argument that at the very elevated wind strengths that might be small enough that the fire will get blown out because there's not enough vegetation. But those days occur, at the moment. We haven't seen that sort of fire danger since 2009. So at the lower fire danger rating levels, then we would expect to see fire spread across that surface. So we're not actually eliminating fire within that asset protection zone. So we see that as a reasonable difference in the sense of doing that. The other advantage then is that, as I indicated about the fragmentation of the landscape, and we see that as another significant means. Again, at the 2009 Black Saturday conditions scenario, probably won't make much difference, but certainly at the days where we see on an annual basis, where we know bushfires can start and spread and cause danger, that we will see that network and the contribution of that 50-metre bare earth space over the number of turbines that we're proposing will have a significant influence over the fire's ability to spread rapidly.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you. They're the questions.
Thank you very much. So it's just after 4:20. We have the option of starting cross-examination. We won't get through all of our questions, so I'm actually going to suggest perhaps that we rise a few minutes early. I understand, Mr. Chessel, that means the experts will need to appear tomorrow morning.
They've indicated.
You may have had that in your
Yes.
back pocket, so we'll take that option. Thank you.
Yes.
So on that basis, there's just a couple of things I need to run through before we do finish for the day. So we'll see everybody back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. I note that Member Wilkinson will be joining us online tomorrow and for the first couple of days next week. So you'll have Member Joyner and Member Kirsch and myself here in person. And that may actually be the main thing that I needed to note. I did have a couple of other things, but I'll wait till after the cross-examination. So.
Very briefly, Madam Chair, just to note that there's a number of documents that have just been, shortly will be filed, including the updated presentation from Mr. Hark with the additional dot point that he referred to, as well as that additional document that he showed in response to Mr. Turner's work. So they will shortly be filed. And just to foreshadow that, as indicated earlier, we expect to tomorrow be able to file a document that addresses the coordinate elevation issues, the two issues, Mr. Turner's issue and the request from the committee about what source to use for purposes of the EES assessment. I'm contemplating that will be in a technical note, unless Mr. Chessel says otherwise, but that's what we're expecting to file tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. I've just had a message in confirming that we don't have any parties intending to ask questions of Mr. Glossop tomorrow. So when we've gone through his evidence in chief, it'll just be questions from the IAC.
Okay, thank you for that indication. It looks then that we'll comfortably complete that evidence tomorrow and be back on track in terms of timing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lovely. All right, well, thank you. Thank you to the experts as well, and we'll see you both here at 10 a.m. in the morning and everyone else. Thank you. Right, that's it. We'll take a minute to just pack up. Thank you.